Discrete sembra un normale assorbente per il ciclo, ma è studiato per assorbire...
Couldn't look you in the eye. Your skin makes me in a beautiful world. But I'm a creep. I don't belong here. I want a perfect. I want you so fucking special. I don't belong here. Whatever makes you so fucking special. I'm a widow, I don't belong here. I don't. So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to. Full of blood.
Good morning and welcome to the second day of Rome Med 2022. Please
Recording
take
in
your seat as we are going
progress.
to start the first session of the day. Thank you.
Is it coming? Hello. I don't need it, I think. It's the translation.
Bonjour à tous et à tous. Bienvenue à cette table ronde culturelle.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this cultural roundtable. During the next 30 minutes, we are going to start a crossed dialogue between those two women who wrote books regarding the cultural dialogue. And so I would like to introduce Fadia Fakir, an author from Jordanian, who wrote 4 novels. She's involved in the fight of women in the Arabic world, and she writes to testify and also to fight fear. Then on my right, we have Zineb Mekwara, who is from Morocco, who is very involved for more freedom for women in Morocco. Before we start the dialogue, I would like to talk about some of them common concerns. So first of all, the relationship with religions and what it means to live between the West and the Middle East, and also the link between tradition and modernity, and then also patriarchy in those countries, and also the inequalities between men and women in these countries. To start with, because we are in an intercultural dialogue, I would like to talk with you about the concept of the double identity. Fadia Fakir, you were born in Jordan. You studied religious and universities, and your life is uh, mm, linked to the fact that you are between 2 cultures, 2 languages, 2 countries, and it's also one of the most important topic of your last novel. And I would like to know, what does it mean to live in between for you?
First of all, thank you all for coming. It's raining outside, so all are welcome. I also would like to thank the sponsors for including women's voices in this very important dialogue. So it's nice for Arab women's point of view and perspective to be included. Thank you so much. Okay, in betweenness, it's a blessing and a curse. I call it a blessing and a curse because you see the country you left behind really clearly because you're not living it. And you see the country that you've adopted clearly because you live in it as an immigrant, as an outsider. So it's quite interesting how you see both cultures. And also, when you are writing, I am a post-colonial writer, writing post-colonial literature in the language of the other. So my position is quite interesting. So when you are doing that, you don't want to become a native informer. Someone that gives ammunition to the Orientalists, to those who want to attack your culture. On the other hand, you don't want to become an appeaser and a propagandist. So you want to produce serious fiction and look at serious issues in a serious way without your writing being used and used out of context. So it's a fine line. It's a tight rope, and I walk it every day. Yeah.
Zineb Mekwar, vous également.
Zineb Mekwar, you were born and you were grown in Morocco. You studied in France, and in your first novel, The Hen and Its Cumin, your protagonist comes from studies in France, but she was born in Morocco, and in her pathway, she is like, it's programmed as she is due to love of France. So you are also a post-colonial writer. What can you tell us about those post-colonial relationships between France and Morocco? So thank you very much. I'm very happy, first of all, to be here in Italy because I've been living in Italy for 1 year. I lived in Italy for 1 year. It is the book that translated that will translate my book, the first country to translate my book. So you will also have it in Italian. So uh, well, there was a mistake with the names on the screen. I am Zineb Mekwar. Zineb Mekwar. And no, I'm not Eleonore. But anyway, thanks to the organizers because it's a conference which is a very interesting, and I'm very happy to be here with you. And as regards your question, Eleonore, well, it's true that in Morocco, for those of you who know Morocco, there is a French-speaking elite in Morocco, to which it seems that we know French, we love France, we speak French all the time. There are many French people in Morocco. At home, I speak in French with my parents and my grandparents. There is also a mix with Arab. But we have, when we went to France to live there, maybe just as you in England, we had the feeling that we already knew France, that we were not in a new country, that we were not going to discover a new country. And I was a bit shocked when I arrived in France. And this is what I wanted to show with my protagonist, Kenza, in the novel. It's that I was not expecting such ignorance from France regarding the countries that it had colonized. Because when I arrived in France, I had comments saying, "Are you are from Morocco?" Well, you know what? I have a friend who is Algerian. And then when I went to the United States and they say, "Oh, you're from Paris." Well, you know what? I went to Italy last year. So Americans think that Europe is a small country. It's a bit the same in France as well, because they think that all the countries from the north of Africa are all the same, but actually they have different cultures. So this is what I wanted to have, typically a Moroccan title, which is La poule et son cumin, which means the hen and its cumin, and it means that you can have everything. And it's based on couple relationships. So maybe you'll have the opportunity to read this book in Italian in a few months or in French. But I wanted to write about Morocco and not about Maghreb and all its cliche. Well, you were also talking about couple relationships, and one of the concepts which is in your novel is the idea of what we call patriarchal culture. And what do you think about it? And how are your two protagonists in their pathway? How do they define the relationship between men and women? Well, just to give you an idea of this novel, it's the idea of a friendship between two friends, Kenza and Fatira. So at the beginning, we can see a part of their childhood and how they became women, how we become a woman in Morocco, where abortion is forbidden, where relationship out of the marriage are forbidden. So this is what's written on the paper, but actually there is a paradox between the tradition and the contemporary world. There is a kind of hypocrisy. So Kenza and Fatira show two different Moroccos. Because Kenza is part of the Moroccan bourgeoisie, and then Fatira is the daughter of the cleaning lady. And we still have a society that is divided in castes. And when you're part in the elite, sometimes we may think that women are more liberated, but we can see today that the relationship with the body, with the desire in Morocco is not. It's quite complex, and it's hard to know how you can become a woman in such a country. And the answer is not so clear. And I also wanted to to change this idea of what we always say, the Arabic woman, the Muslim woman, and all the cliches that are related to this. We only have women with their origins. Well, I feel Parisian, I feel Moroccan, I feel like I have many cultures. But I think that talking about the Arabic woman doesn't mean anything. Well, to talk about, well, maybe you have more experience, and what has changed in the recent years for women of the Arabic world, and maybe in Jordan and also in the Middle East. Do you agree with what Zineb just said? Do you see the same things?
First, patriarchy keeps me awake at night, all the way from the United States to Iran. Patriarchy is a challenge for women and for Arab women. What I try to do in my writing is to disrupt the master narrative, the male narrative, and lift women from the margins and put them in the center. Because I feel that their experiences were not documented, are not part of the dominant narrative. So I created all these women and their stories. The other thing is femicide, which I deal with in My Name is Salma. Imagine living with a sword above your head and it's gonna fall at any minute. And it is random justice and it is the law of the jungle. And when you are living in such conditions, you have to perform and live your life. And how do you do that? How do you do that? So I wanted to immortalize women by writing My Name is Salma and creating and dramatizing the story of a woman who is being pursued and is going to be killed for an alleged crime, for a crime of honor. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to hear the voices of the women who get buried without even the names on the graves. I want to see their names engraved one day in one of the squares. So yes, it is fiction and it has to be literary and it's got to be pleasing and it's got to be enjoyable, but it needs to do something.
Et par rapport justement à la situation de la femme.
And as regards the situation of women in Jordan or in the Middle East, do you think that there is an evolution, a development, maybe since you've been writing your book, My Name is Salima, have things changed?
Yes, I think things have changed. And it's interesting, the Arab world. If you look at the Arab world, there are pockets, there are socioeconomic variables. In some sections, women are doing very well. In other sections, women are going back. There are loads of issues. I don't know. One of the issues that I'm looking at, and I looked at for the United Nations, is how much we own. So this property does not own property, yeah? So I looked at the figures, and I can tell you there is an improvement. So about 30% improvement in ownership of businesses and property. So things are changing. And also there are fantastic women writers now coming out of Jordan and the Arab world. And I'd like to mention some of them. I'd like to mention Najwa bin Shatwan from Libya. I'd like to mention Kafar Zuabi from Jordan. And I'd like to mention Inam Kachachi, Iraq. So they are writing their own story. So self-representation is the key. And I remember in The Handmaid's Tale, when she clicked that pin and unleashed the words. It is important to click that pin and unleash the words.
Oui, bien sûr, Zineb, parce que la question aussi...
Yes, of course, because we also have the question of women emancipation in your novel. And well, I totally agree with what Fadia is saying, because literature allows to put people who are in the margin at the center of the story, and to show that we don't only have one story, but many stories. And I think that literature has a fundamental role in order to allow us to live together, because we are in this way we meet people that otherwise we would have never met. So, why do I like novels? Because I live my life, the life of a young boy in Lima, in Peru, and in this way I can understand what it means. Then I can live the life of the caste society in India, because I've read the book of Adim Ratheroy. So, how can we intimately try to change our vision of the world? Because in this way we can be in their own shoes of the protagonists. So as regards emancipation in Morocco, I'm very optimistic, because after 10 years of Islamists that were governing the countries, now they have lost many seats, and now the youth in Morocco and Moroccans in general want to change the penal code, which is outdated, and also the civil code, which is outdated. And I think that there is a momentum now in Morocco. And I went to Morocco in June in order to promote my book, and I had no expectations. And when I arrived, I met many interesting people, and also many women who came after driving for 1 hour and say, "Oh, thank you. I really enjoyed your book. I feel less lonely." Or men who said that they bought this book for their daughters, but also for their sons. And it shows that we are talking about something that is very contemporary and very intimate. And I really hope that things will change, and I know that things will change, because civil societies are doing a lot. When we talk about women emancipation, we can also talk about it, and they are a very important topic in your book. I would like to know, what are the relationships of your protagonist with the religion in those secular countries? For instance, in your book, sorry, Willow Trees Don't Weep.
Thank you for that question. I just want to say, Zainab, that I totally agree with what you said about Moroccan women, and it applies to Jordanian women, because the penal code is being changed, things are changing. Change is coming, maybe not soon enough. As for religion, because it's a quite sensitive subject, I tackled it in a different way. In My Name is Salma, you have the two extremes. You've got a missionary Christian who takes her out of the country to save her life, and tries to impose her own vision on Salma. And when she arrives in the UK, she meets a Quaker priest, inclusive, not priest, but a Quaker, inclusive, kind, understanding. What I wanted to show are the two extremes, the missionary vis-a-vis the true believer. And in Willow Trees Don't Weep, I went further, because I have an Islamist who is mutaaslim, using religion for political reasons. That's one. Then the true believer, the grandmother, the sincere believer, the kind, the inclusive, the spiritual woman. And then the mother who actually reacted against the father leaving to pursue his dreams, basically becomes a terrorist. I wanted the title to be The Terrorist's Daughter, but the British publishing establishment couldn't deal with that. So they went for Willow Trees Don't Weep, so you can buy it at the airport. So my name, Fadia Fakir, and Terrorist's Daughter, No, no. Richard Smith, terrorist daughter, perfect. What happens to the women that are left behind when someone goes and joins a cause? So the wife becomes completely secular, against religion, and starts setting fire to all the books related to theology, to Islam. What I wanted to show is that tension between the three. And believe you me, if you go to Arab houses, not all Arab houses, you would find a similar tension, similar dialogues. So the dialogues are happening, but representing them and writing about them is so dangerous. You get penalized. So you don't encounter many secular characters in fiction. But I wanted to do that in a kind of, again, not a native informer, but someone who really loves the country, loves the people, and is writing out of love.
Merci. Vous, Zineb, il y a une autre grande idée qui traverse votre roman.
So for you, there is also another idea in your book, that is to say social inequalities within Morocco. And even if the society is becoming more and more modern, it is still very strict. So in your book, we have two different heroes. And how would you like to define the different class relationships in Morocco, and what is it necessary to do in the future? I wrote this book because I wanted to show that Fadia represents what really happens within the different households in Morocco. And we can find the same concept of shuma, that is to say, the shame, social shame. And I frequently say that the point of view, the vision of the author is like the vision of a child, because we don't only stop to violence, social violence and pain when we become adult. We tend to have a different vision. I don't know if you've ever visited Casablanca in Morocco, but there are some kids, when I used to go back there, giving me some candies and chewing gums. And in my mind, I was just able to think, well, I could be this guy, but I was lucky enough, actually, not to find myself in the same situation. And so I decided to base my story actually also on this personal experience. And I do not remember the second question, what it is necessary to have in order to have more equality? Well, maybe a greater number of authors and writers, and a greater awareness, because there is also a kind of vision in Morocco that is full of wisdom, but sometimes we just say, okay, it is what it is, I cannot do anymore. And this is not totally positive, because in one passage of my book, I say that there is this girl having a love affair with a Spanish doctor. And I write in the book, we can do whatever we want with our lives. So where we born, and when we born do not define who we are and what we want to be. So especially women in Morocco, do not understand actually that they can do whatever they want with their lives, that there are no obstacles, let's say. And thanks to literature, we can also change this point of view. So unfortunately, we don't have more time right now, so I can just encourage you to read, actually, to read these two different books. And thank you so much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as we start the next session right away. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I just give a couple of seconds to everyone to take a seat. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you very much to our speakers being here. In a minute, I will introduce all of you for our audience, but I'm sure that people participating in this panel know you already very well. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Margherita Movarelli. I am the head of communications and marketing at the Wilfred Martin Center for European Studies, which is the political foundation and think tank of the European People's Party in Brussels. And we have the pleasure of co-hosting this panel. So I'm very happy to be here. It's a very important topic that we also address in several activities and research at the Martin Center. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing from our speakers. Let me start by introducing Ms. Nadia Bouaida from Morocco. She's the chairperson of the Foreign Affairs, National Defense, Islamic Affairs, and Moroccan Expatriates Committee at the Moroccan Parliament. And the other guest from Croatia is Mr. Gordan Grlić Radman. I hope I pronounced it correctly, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Croatia. Last but not least, Mr. Clint Camilleri, Minister for Gozo from Malta. So thank you very much once again for being here with us today. Before we start immediately with the first round of questions, let me give you some points to set up the framework of this discussion. The title is A Wake-Up Call, New Centrality of the European Neighborhood. I think there were several wake-up calls that have also called in a way for closer cooperation between the two sides of the Mediterranean, the EU and its southern neighborhood, started with the migration crisis, then the COVID-19 crisis, and last, unfortunately, the Ukrainian crisis. And there are also two dimensions of this issue, I think. First of all, an internal dimension when it comes to cooperation, internal cooperation between different European member states with different interests and priority, and also, on the other hand, the dimension of external cooperation, meaning the cooperation between the EU and our southern neighboring countries that are represented today by Ms. Boaida. So it will be very interesting also to see the two sides of the coin and the two perspectives. Third point that I would mention, the new agenda for the Mediterranean of 2022. It sets the strategic framework of such a cooperation in order to guide the EU action and its relations with the southern neighborhood on different topics stemming from trade, migration, peace and security, digital transition, and much, much more. However, and I would like to see with you what you think about it, it seems that there are still many open questions when it comes to the effectiveness of this new framework. So I will see with you what we can do better following the strategic framework set by the new agenda for the Mediterranean. Last but not least, and I would also like to start our discussion with that, the war in Ukraine. We know that the war has opened a new era of uncertainty, unfortunately, and challenges in the Euro-Mediterranean partnership, despite we know there is certainly mutual dependence on many topics. So I would like to start by that and to have a first round of questions to see a bit how the war in Ukraine has impacted the Euro-Mediterranean relationships. And I would like to start from the Moroccan perspective. So I will switch to French, if you don't mind, because Ms. Boaida would prefer to answer the question in French. So I will give you the time also. There is interpretation provided. So if you need interpretation, feel free to use it. Madame Bouaïda, pour ce qui concerne la coopération...
Concerning the cooperation among the two sides of the Mediterranean Sea, which is the way, according to you, to properly promote and encourage a greater cooperation and collaboration among the different EU member states and the Mediterranean countries, and also which is the impact of the crisis in Ukraine on this kind of relationships. Of course, we need to talk about security, safety, energy security, so several problems to take into consideration. So which are the actions, the policies that could support this cooperation according to you? Thank you very much. It is a pleasure for me to be invited and to have the possibility to take the floor during this important event. As you all know, there is an interdependency between the two sides of the Mediterranean Sea. We all share a strong historical and social bond. This is definitely true. But what happens in the southern side has impacts on the northern sides and vice versa. This is, again, really true. Morocco plays, and I'm going to talk about the models of partnership between Morocco and European Union that has been defined several years ago now. So, for example, just to provide you with some key figures concerning this partnership among Morocco and the European Union, In the year 2000, the Mediterranean Agreement for the association between Morocco and the EU was in force in order to define the relationships between Morocco and the EU. In 2003, there was the neighborhood policy in order to strengthen and complete the previous partnership, in order also to strengthen the dialogue among the two different parties, so that right now this dialogue is more structured. Then the joint declaration for a partnership in terms of mobility dated 2013, followed by the action plan of the action plan of the same policy of 2014, was really important in order to define new steps forward from the economic, political, and social point of view among those two countries. So as you have already said, while mentioning the war between Russia and Ukraine, of course, it has an impact on the entire world. First of all, we can mention the increase in oil and gas prices. The price of oil increased by 47%, and then the increase of the wheat price that increased by more than 80% compared to the previous year, and then the increase of starvation and hunger in African countries that now concern 1 person out of 5 in African countries again. And this is also linked and due to the conflict in Ukraine. And I always provide an example of Morocco and the Morocco government choosing some specific measures in order to face these specific crises. So, for example, there is a subvention concerning raw materials, for example, wheat or sugar or gas as well. So that population, citizens will not be touched by those prices increases and will keep on paying exactly the same price. So a fixed price is established by the government. This is also a procedure. This is also linked to another specific procedure, that is to say the social unified register, in order to understand to locate the different households with a non-stable revenue, so that they will be better supported by the government. So they will receive some direct support, and this is provided by the government. So the government will pay for the price difference when it comes to the gas price, for example, or wheat or sugar price. Then we also have to mention the impact of COVID-19, so some other direct impacts caused by the pandemics. And just to conclude, I would like to say that this crisis has had a huge impact on the entire world. So we are now obliged, let's say, to work as if we were one unique entity. So the northern side of the Mediterranean and the southern side of the Mediterranean should work as one unique entity in order to face all those challenges. Thank you very much.
I'm sure that many of the issues that were just mentioned by Madame Buaida are also present in Croatia, certainly in the EU, when it comes to the consequences of the war in Ukraine. We know also how important the Euro-Mediterranean partnership is for Europe. Given your geographical area, I would like to ask you, how has the crisis in Ukraine impacted in a way pre-existing vulnerabilities in the EU, in the Balkans, and in the Mediterranean region? Because you are in a way part of all of them, although you are more of a Mediterranean country, but you are bordering with the Balkan area. So perhaps you can tell us more about that, and what are the priorities and prospects for an integrating approach in dealing with these challenges?
Oh yeah.
You have your microphone.
Okay, you have microphone, and so you're privileged. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone, and buongiorno. It's very nice, and I'm very glad to be invited and to be again here in Rome in the very beginning of December. Yes, after the 24th of February, a lot changed in not only in Europe but in the whole world, and because the international law was broken by the Russian aggression, and just we have to live in such a new circumstances, its new reality. We used to live in during the Corona, the Corona time, but of course, no one expected that that such a crisis with war, such an aggression would happen in the 21st century. However, of course, given to its geopolitical special position of Croatia, and bordering Western Balkans, Croatia, together with Slovenia, they are members of the European Union. And 30 years ago, Croatia and Slovenia were the part of the former Yugoslavia, which are now the Western Balkans plus Albania right now, and the rest of the former Yugoslavia or Southeast Europe countries, Western Balkans, are on the way to be also part of the European Union and members of the NATO. But however, the situation and negative impact implications coming from Russia, it's not the same in these countries. And of course, instability in the Western Balkans was also evident for a long time prior to Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And Russia traditionally used its historical, political, and economic ties with Western Balkans just to exert its influence in this European region. Western Balkans is actually composition of 6 countries, and all the countries have a different approach towards European Euro-Atlantic organization. However, they all would like to be a part of, and all the countries of the Western Balkans are also surrounded by the members of the European Union and members of NATO. All the countries in the Western Balkans should promote, first of all, to show solidarity. Now it's very important, solidarity, and to be on right side of history, democracy. European Union, NATO, Alliance, we are on the same page of history, democracy, respecting the rule of law, human rights, all the values, just with creating such a world order based on rule. And in this situation, we should to show our readiness and solidarity towards Ukraine and to stop the war, aggression war coming from Russia. In this regards, European Union undertook a mission, military assistance mission, to even more to help and to assist to teaching, training the Ukrainian soldiers. But when it comes to Western Balkans, it's very important that all the countries should promote regional stability and should to align their policies with European unions. And of course, to promote good neighbor relations, first of all, among each other and with members of the European Union, such Croatia and or Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, and so on. When it comes to Croatia, it's in our interest to have stable and institutional functional Western Balkans, because it's our immediate neighborhood. First of all, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Croatia is bordering more than 1,000 kilometers. Croatia will soon be a member of the Schengen zone. We will introduce the euro, and we are on the way to be a member of OECD. That means Croatia fulfilled all the foreign policy goals, objectives, and what remains the stability of the Western Balkans. That means it's really our issue, not only Croatia, but of the European Union as a whole. So we are pursuing a policy of facilitating stability in Western Balkans, so in general in Southeast Europe, through all encompassing economic cooperation, as of course, as well as EU and NATO enlargement policy. After aggression on Ukraine, our particular priority is to be instrumental actually in the energy diversification for the Western Balkans region, having in mind that, as you said, that Croatia, given to the special circumstances and geopolitical position, would like to be an energy hub for the region. And let me point just now some examples of our policy when it comes to energy diversification. You know that our oil pipelines are providing oil supply to Western Balkans neighboring countries, with all oil shipped through the Mediterranean and to the North Adriatic coasts of Croatia. Their port, a very important port, Rijeka, of course, which then enables just not countries in the region to be more independent from Russian oil supplies. And then also very important, it's gas. We are investing in new gas pipelines, and it is in the process of doubling the capacity on the island of Krk. It's LNG terminal. The capacity right now is 2.9 BCM, a billion cubic meters, and we decided in August, our government, to double the capacity of our floating LNG terminal. Of course, that this new, quite new gas interconnections will be able to supply Bosnia and Herzegovina, our immediate neighborhood, of course, other countries in the region with gas, just in order to decrease dependency, of course, on Russian gas supply. And it is the step forward to phase out our dependency on Russian oil and gas. This, of course, will include also the North African LNG sources as well. For us, it's very important, and now, right in this situation, to pull together, to stick together, and to find a common interest, and we have it. And Croatia is really happy to be also the member of Mediterranean such as initiatives, and to be a partner, to be a member like EU Med 9. There's also another very important project of cooperation and contributing to energy diversification in its cooperation between Italy, Croatia, and Slovenia through the North Adriatic Hydrogen Valley project aimed at producing green hydrogen. Our Prime Minister is a strong proponent of this project. So such the practices, of course, should be multiplied along the shores of the Mediterranean, and of course, we are also ready to share lessons learned with our southern partners.
Yeah, absolutely. If there is, I think, one lesson learned from the past crisis, the COVID crisis, and now the crisis in Ukraine, it's that cooperation with neighboring countries should not only be encouraged, but it's strongly needed because we are in these challenges together, and therefore cooperation is really instrumental in finding common solutions. Speaking about, geopolitical, particular geopolitical position, I would like to see with you, Mr. Camilleri, as you come from a small country, in a way at the periphery of the EU, part of the EU, but also very close to our southern neighborhoods. I would like to see a bit with you what kind of role small member states bordering the southern neighborhood, such as Malta, what kind of role they can play in ensuring that the neighborhood is at the center of the European foreign and security policy. How do you see this? And obviously, how has the war in Ukraine changed EU priorities in this regard from your perspective?
First of all, good morning and buongiorno a tutti voi per la vostra grande accoglienza qua a Roma. Malta has always promoted the European foreign policy that recognizes that peace and security in our neighborhood is fundamental for the stability in Europe. As a matter of fact, one of our former prime ministers used to say that there can be no peace in Europe if there's no peace in the Mediterranean. As such, the new agenda for the Mediterranean should be seen as an update to our approach and an opportunity to renew our engagement in the region and other relations with our southern partners, to move forward also together in the post-COVID era. However, we cannot neglect the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, which has further exacerbated the situation in our southern neighborhood, bringing with it challenges with wide-ranging global implications. The European education area is an important area on which we should all collaborate. I truly believe that this can be done through information sharing, exchanges of best practices, as well as available tools and initiatives across all levels and all types of education. I would also to remark that even though we are European, we acknowledge that we all have different cultures, which we are all proud of. However, I am proud to say that in times of crisis, we all came together to help Ukraine to safeguard its cultural institutions. And I believe that should such a situation arise again, we will once again be united in our position. Malta maintains that our work in digital and green transition must continue whilst ensuring that we do not overregulate the sector, stifling innovation in the process. We also need to ensure that our southern neighbors are also equipped with the necessary tools to adapt to the green and digital transition. Additionally, the EU must remain attractive to all possible investors. Furthermore, we must provide the right grounds for research and innovation and development. The European Union has potential, and we must make sure that this is used optimally. In order to do so, we must continue to provide for inclusive and sustainable digital policies. The pandemic and the ongoing war in Ukraine has underlined the importance of food security. Therefore, we appreciate the initiatives being taken in order to better prepare for challenges ahead. Coordination on a European and international level is vital for dealing with crisis, and we should not also forget our southern neighbors in our response. The agreement reached on 22nd July, allowing for the reopening of trade routes from the Black Sea to exports of wheat, has been particularly helpful. Furthermore, the creation of European solidarity lanes and the assistance provided to regions that have been severely affected have demonstrated how the EU has been influential in combating hunger and in strengthening food security. when it comes to energy crisis, we need to continue acting with a shared desire to concretely take step forwards in terms of the necessary actions that must be taken. In Malta, we have heavily subsidized also such price increases till the beginning of, from the beginning of the war, 24th of February, there has been a spike in energy prices. However, we have argued that our government should shoulder that huge price spikes and not being transmitted on our people and on our residents. No matter our energy mix and electricity market design, it is evident that all of us are hurting, all the world is hurting. We are all now sacrificing to mitigate the impact on our citizens and make it through this winter. Although the situation today is much better than that we've experienced in August last summer, forecasts as to what will happen in the months to come are not very encouraging. Next winter might prove actually challenging. As Mediterranean countries, we must, however, also think of next summer. Our summers requires more energy than our counterparts in Northern Europe, given the very hot and dry season, especially in Southern Europe. Thus, urgent solutions which address our realities and which will benefit all of us must be found to curb the impact of rising energy prices on households and businesses. The spillover effects of not succeeding in finding a solution that benefits all of us is already showing in all spheres of economic activity, with high shocks in the energy prices now also impacting value chains and supply of goods and also services. In Malta, for example, we are clearly facing additional price increases, pressures because of transportation costs. One must keep in mind that in the case of Malta, all our connectivity is through air or through sea. So transportation costs have an additional effect. I come from the other island, from Gozo. That will have a double effect, since we are an island within an island state. We acknowledge that much effort has already been done at EU level. We must believe that a good compromise has been reached on the table proposals on gross solidarity purchasing and the deployment of renewable energy, and thus we look forward for their formal adoption. As for renewables, more can be done in the Mediterranean and in the Mediterranean region. Our sea basin is a hotbed of renewable energy opportunities. However, it still needs a kickstart to make offshore technology commercially viable. Thus, we must continue to collaborate and cooperate as Mediterranean countries to successfully realize and optimize such opportunities. More also needs to be done to effectively address the energy prices crisis. We have been among the member states to have been calling for such a price correction mechanism. In this regard, we took the note of also the Commission's proposal presented last week, and we should be engaging constructively to develop a well-balanced compromise text with the aim of reaching a potential political agreement before the next European Council. Solutions are urgently needed so that we can avoid reliving the high prices experienced last summer. Our citizens and businesses are now looking for us for solution, and we must deliver.
Thank you very much, Mr. Camilleri. After this first round that, of course, touched upon the situation in Ukraine and the impact of the war in Ukraine in the two shores of the Mediterranean, there is one important issue that I think one cannot avoid to mention when speaking about Euro-Mediterranean cooperation, which is migration policy. So, Ms. Bouaïda, prend la perspective du Maroc quand on parle de la politique d'immigration.
So when we talk about migration And when we talk about the different policies together with the European Union, which are the elements on which we still have to work and which are the priorities of Morocco. So if you can please give us like an overview of your country and the other countries of the Mediterranean.
Par la situation internationale.
In order to face the international situation. So when it comes to Morocco, today I have to say that we play an important role when it comes to migration. Migration from South Mediterranean towards North Mediterranean. Today, Morocco is seen as a transit country, but we have also decided to put in place some reforms and policies so that we can better integrate the migrants coming from African countries. They can definitely fully integrate within the Morocco society. They can find a job, they can work, and they can regularize their status. The European Commission, together with Morocco, decided to launch this year a new partnership about migration and the fight against illicit migration and human trafficking. And Morocco is a strategic and fully committed country of the together with the European Union when it comes to migration policies, because actually the collaboration about migration policies dates back in the past, and the national migration strategy is really strong concerning Morocco. And we put in place new strategies that are really advanced from the constitutional, administrative, political point of view, so that we can regulate the administrative situation and status of different migrants. And we are now also able to fully integrate them from the social but also economical point of view within the Moroccan society. Moreover, Morocco plays another important role when it comes to the fight against terrorism, and we strongly contributed to the regularization of migration. And when it comes to the fight against the terrorism, Morocco bases its actions on a multidisciplinary and multilateral approach. And we take into consideration all the different aspects and domains of our society. So I totally think that we can really support also the other countries from this point of view. We can be seen as a model, let's say. And I think that the collaboration between Morocco and the European Union and all the other countries actually from the Mediterranean region should be deepened, should be strengthened, so that we can properly face all the different migration flows. Can you please go into deeper details about the collaboration, and can you please tell us where and how we can do more? So just to provide you with an example, for example, in Morocco, we have what we call the African Observatory for Migration. That is an observatory concerning the entire African continent that helps us understanding and evaluating the number of migrants so that we can also support them in order to fully integrate the society. So it would be better actually to use a similar structure, a similar institution also in other Mediterranean and European countries just to face the migration problem and to properly address it. Thank you very much.
Because once again, from a geopolitical perspective, also when it comes to migration policy, you're very much concerned. You are a Mediterranean country, but at the same time, we know how strategic is the area of the Balkans and how challenging it is. So I would like to hear from you when it comes to migration policy in Europe. What do you think are the main strengths and weaknesses, and particularly the weaknesses we should work on, also in cooperation with countries from the Mediterranean area?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. Of course, you mentioned the last word, cooperation. Cooperation is everywhere useful, and it's just a model of the life. How we can just in the world to survive, we have to cooperate. But we have to cooperate and to find a proper mechanisms and instrument how we just cooperate and how to act together. Multilateralism as approach is that's only mechanism. That means together. When it comes to migration, of course, it was and it is a big challenge for Croatia. And it's good news for Croatia in doing its best saving and the border. Croatia, as of 1st January, will be on a Croatian border, will be external border of the European Union. And in couple days ahead, so we will be invited to be a member of Schengen zone. For Croatia was really challenging being there during this period when we submitted our application to be a member of Schengen zone in July 2015 and to share border with Western Balkans. First of all, Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's the border, the longest border for one European countries, if you just exclude the Finland and the Russia Federation. And so we are combated illegal migration, and we are doing even right now with our 6,500 policemen along the borders with Bosnia and Herzegovina. For Croatia, it was not easy work, however, but first of all, we respected the human rights, and we should have to know that and to recognize and to make distinctions between the illegal migration and the legal migration, refugees and so on. It is very important to have a common migration policy, and you know that the biggest crisis happened during the 2015, 7 years ago, and we don't like to happen again and to repeat this crisis. That means it is very important to have a common migration policy. And for this case, European Union issued a strategic compass, and the very important chapter is dedicated to the migration, however. But of course, the threats are coming actually not only from terrorism, but of course, illegal migration, it's a challenging issue. And we should not neglect, of course, South. South, like East and South, it's very important for us to work together. It's not only what has been happening, for example, in Croatia, not important, for example, to someone who is quite far from Croatia. That means we have to share a common, not only rights, values and so on, but we have to stick together and to help us, to assist just when it comes the issues and threats that could threaten our society, democracy and our order. In this regards, Croatia is a reliable partner, and of course in the European Union, but not only in the European Union, also with the with our southern neighborhood. I had a lot of meetings also with my colleagues in the North African countries and in Middle East as well. So for me, it's very, for example, important agreement between Lebanon and Israel as a good example how the very responsible politician just take care on the quality of the life of citizens, just to ensure the life of citizens. And even Lebanon also cares about 1.5 million refugees. We have also in Turkey refugees. We have in Greece refugees everywhere. But of course, we have a common solution how to help them and how to make distinctions between the really political refugees or migrants and those who just would like to find a better life or looking forward to find a better life. What is actually also the in a nature of every human being. But of course, when it comes to the Western Balkans, there is also so-called Western Balkan route for refugees or for an illegal migration, and the two countries are up to be the members of the Schengen zone. Not only Croatia, but Bulgaria and Romania, and so we are facing in the European Union also the problem with the illegal migration, and if you just to look in the Austria, they are also facing the problem with more than 90,000 illegal migrants, and the issue of the Schengen zone, of existing Schengen zone, really it's on the stake. So that means we have to find a common solution when it comes to illegal migration, and it's not only Croatian issue, not only Austrian issue, but if you see the debate on the enlargement towards Schengen zone, it is the very important issue, illegal migration. And if the countries like Bulgaria, Croatia, and Romania are ready to be members of the Schengen zone, and we did everything to fulfill all the criteria, and all the three countries are ready to be member, even with our membership in Schengen zone, we will just strengthen our European external borders against illegal migration. It's based on, I think, so our power, might.
Thank you very much, Mr. Camilleri. Malta is another frontline country when it comes to migration, facing migration and also migration policy. We know that Malta recently has taken a strong line against illegal migration. And what I would like to ask you is how to improve cooperation with countries of the southern shore of the Mediterranean, particularly with those of origin and transit.
Yes, migration is a very sensitive topic locally at home. And it stems from the fact that actually our island state is the first country one could reach when leaving Northern Africa and trying to cross over to Europe. So it is naturally a very sensitive issue, like I believe other Mediterranean countries, but it makes it even more sensitive since our size, since we are a country, we are an island country with a very small territory, and along the years we have done much more, I believe, than the Call of Duty calls for. And we have done that efficiently and proudly. However, one must understand that a few hundreds that enter Malta, if calculated proportionally to the population or to the territory, would mean tens of thousands in other European countries. So that is why it is a very sensitive topic for our citizens. And I believe that we need a system that actually works on the ground and not something that only looks good on paper. We need a pact that it is evenly balanced between solidarity and a fair share of responsibility. We cannot justify to our citizens that we, as countries at the external border, took up more responsibility with no solidarity from other member states. And that is the plain and simple truth. For Malta, relocation remains the most effective tool for solidarity. The implementation of Solidarity Declaration agreed in June has clearly showed that there are practical limitations with a voluntary system, leading to difficulties in gathering the necessary pledges and in fulfilling the actual and timely transfers of migrants that would obviously alleviate the burden on frontline members like Malta and other member states in Southern Europe. So while we welcome the increased efforts on the external dimension of migration, Malta believes that our comprehensive partnerships with countries of origin and transit must be strengthened. We need to continue to provide support on the border management and capacity building measures to prevent irregular migration. Such efforts required continued outreach to partner countries as measures on the external dimension of migration will not be successful if there is no buy from the third country. So obviously, we believe that we need to have in place a system that is fair between all member states, a system that can distribute accordingly migrants, refugees who are qualified to enter the territory and to have status of refugees across all member states. Obviously, migrants who do not qualify must be repatriated, obviously according to with respect to international law. It is a very sensitive issue, not only for Malta, I believe, very much so, also for Italy, for a number of other Mediterranean countries, and it is also a sensitive issue for North African countries. And we, as Mediterranean countries, Mediterranean people, must find solutions and convince other member states to listen to our concerns, to our suggestions, in order to have an efficient system that discourages migration, however, a system that is also fair between all member states.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, I mean, to wrap it up, migration, security, energy and food crisis. We mentioned already so many topics that make us understand that deeper cooperation is welcome and needed. I wish we had time for a third round of questions, but we don't, unfortunately, because our speakers have to leave. So I want to thank you very much, all of you, for the interesting discussion, and I hope it was interesting also for our participants. Thank you very much, and also from my side, I wish you a nice continuation of the Med Forum. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as next session starts right away. Thank you. Please take your seat. We have to start the next session now. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly invited to take your seat now as we have to start next session. Thank you.
All right. I think we're starting. So welcome, everybody. And thank you to the MED panel organizers. We have a fantastic panel on the landscape of the social contract in the MENA. So because Roberta Gatti, the chief economist for the Middle East and North Africa at the World Bank, is going to have to leave us a little bit early, we're going to just dive right in and get started. And I think one of the objectives of the panel today is to really kind of map out the landscape, both the macroeconomic landscape, the economic landscape, the political landscape, and the social landscape in the MENA, to start to think about how the social contract exists and if it exists in certain places, and then what it might look like going forward. But I think laying that groundwork is sort of the first step in understanding and getting there. So Roberta, if I can turn to you, can you tell us about the macroeconomic conditions that are sort of shaping the region as you see them right now, and especially some of the implications of the war in Ukraine and the region's kind of macroeconomic prospects?
Thank you, Christine, and let me just say what a pleasure it is for me to be here today. So, as you were saying, Christine, not only there is a strong interconnection between the economy and the social contract, but there's also a strong interconnection between what is happening in our region, in the Middle East and North Africa now, and the global economy. So it's no surprise to everyone that we're moving from a landscape of low interest rates and low inflation to an environment of high interest rates, high inflation. So what does it mean for our region? Well, as you know, we live in a very heterogeneous region. So there's really a two-track growth that is happening. Oil exporting countries are really benefiting from the high oil prices, but oil importing countries are suffering. And let me focus on them for a minute. So Oil importing countries are importers not only of food, staples, but also of oil. And I'm thinking of countries such as Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon. What is happening in these countries? There are heightened macroeconomic vulnerabilities that I really want to make this clear, have been accentuated by these multiple crises, but they're not new. They actually build on decades of low growth and growth that has not delivered probably what is the most important thing for our region, which is jobs. We are, well, I'm speaking we as if I consider myself with a strong affinity to the region, although I'm not, I was not born in the region, but the Middle East and North Africa region is a region with a very favorable demographic dynamic, but this demographic dynamic is really not leveraged for what is being called as the demographic dividend. And I'm sure that my colleagues here today will speak more to this fact and how it impacts the shape of the social contract. But going back to the macroeconomy, really, the growth in the past 20 years has not delivered either the prosperity that could have delivered, and by some accounts, the regions then would have be 30% richer if it had just grown by the median level of growth of the typical middle-income countries, and also not delivered the jobs. So let's come back to now, and what are today the vulnerabilities? On the wake of these decades of disappointing growth, this new crisis and this new macroeconomic environment is really creating significant faults. And I find that the region is kind of bursting at the seams. If you just think about debt, public debt, it is significantly higher than in comparator countries, and the median debt in oil importing countries is above 80%. This means that a lot of the necessary expenditure for services, for health, which I can't see anything more essential right now, but also for social protection, is significantly constrained. Now, trying to tie it back to the social contract and concluding for me, there are many things that our government should think about, and this is about the what. And one message that instead, or one idea that I wanted to leave you with, is about the how to do it. So there's been a lot of literature and reflection on the interventionist redistributive government in MENA. And this is about what the state does. We've been thinking recently at the World Bank about how the state does it. And the state tends to act in the economy in a way that is very sort of top-driven, with very little measurement and sense of feedback about what is happening. So tying it back to the social contract, one way to rethink the role of the state, make it more responsive to the needs of citizens and also more attuned to the needs of its intervention, would really be to sort of improve measurement, and our region really falls short on the dimension of transparency, and improve accountability, which really means to align incentives in a way so that things can be changed for the better. We wrote a recent report on this that I hope you guys find interesting, but I'll conclude with a saying, which is not original to me by any means, but it spoke to me to sort of summarize this idea, which is, in times of heightened uncertainties, as it is the case here in the macro environment, we should cross the river by feeling the stones. And so that's what I hope that our government decide to do: measure better, take stock of what is happening, and reflect in a very practical way about how they can course correct and rethink and improve the relationship of trust and legitimacy with its citizens.
Thank you so much, Roberta. I really appreciate those insights and kind of that broader view of the macro environment and the idea of a region that, you know, there are divergences and bursting at the seams, right? So some winners and losers in this new environment. Isak Diwan, if I could maybe turn to you next. So Director for Research for Finance and Development Lab at the Paris School of Economics. So as you've observed in certain MENA countries, including places like Morocco and Saudi Arabia, there's a dual bet being made. So this kind of dual model, and it's premised somewhat on the Asian miracle, but it's underpinned by two basic assumptions. So the first is that the public sector can create a private one, and the second is that partial rights will be sufficient in terms of kind of referring to social contract. So could you tell us a little bit more about this dual bet and how you see that playing out in the region, in the landscape that Roberta has talked about?
Right. Yeah, it's an interesting question to think more of the political economy, right? The bet in terms of political economy. And I can be a bit less diplomatic than Roberta, I think.
Please.
Talk about that. So for example, what we could contrast is the approach of, on the one hand, Morocco and Saudi Arabia, which is to really focus on the economy and on creating a private sector, on creating growth before doing any political reform, as opposed to, say, the cases of Egypt and Tunisia, where for various political reasons, the focus have been very much on politics in the past 10 years and not at all on the economy. So, and it's interesting to put Egypt and Tunisia in the same bag because, you know, the political bet was extremely different. On the one case, it's very much an autocratic restoration coming after the comeback of the military and how to organize the polity and involve the security. And so the economy had to follow. And so it's an economy dominated by the army with big investment in infrastructure, in new city, not generating much exports, based a lot on stabilization. I mean, you know, there was an IMF program, there's discipline, but also external borrowing, debt rising, the private sector playing a very minimal role, you know, in private investment, 5, 6, 7% of GDP, kind of Nasserist levels. Yeah. So not at all focus on the economy. And similarly in Tunisia, for a completely different reason. I mean, to make this competitive economy work, you have power sharing, unable to make decisions even that Egypt could make on stabilization. So big deficits, borrowing again, private investors getting afraid, private investment falling, the economy getting in bad shape, debts rising. So most countries are in a very unsustainable situation. That kind of bet to deal with politics first and with the economy later didn't seem to have worked. On the other hand, the other political economy configuration that we have, Morocco and Saudi Arabia, two very different countries, one of the poorest, one of the richest of the region, somehow similar bets. Let's freeze politics for the moment and really invest in the economy. And, you know, hopefully a richer society will be able to improve politically. Does that work? I mean, here, the main investment was very high, is very high in both countries, around perhaps 30% of GDP or so. So a big national effort to invest and grow, and, you know, that demands a very tight governance, top down. Now, whether this would work or not, because as you said, it's dangerous. Can you control the private businesses that you're creating? Can you control society so it doesn't explode? Well, it depends enormously on the quality of the vermanagement of this investment. You know, this is the way Asia grew, the Asian miracle, but it's based on excellent management of that effort. How good is the management would determine here what goes, because after all, you have a lot of rent seeking, so that this investment goes to enrich particular people. You may have a tendency when growth is not very good to put pressure on society so it doesn't rebel, and to make friends with businesses that are loyal rather than performant, to kind of block the opposition, crony capitalism. And, you know, indeed, in both countries, even though there is progress, it's not commensurate with the effort. I mean, the growth rates are not commensurate with 30% plus investment. And so I think there's a question mark about whether this strategy will work. But the key is, I think, the quality of the management, which is quite. So two very different political economies.
Yeah, two very, very different styles. Yeah. And Roberta, you've written about kind of the quality of management and the importance of quality of management in the role of the firm. And I know you have to go, but if maybe you could say one or two things. Do you have a moment? I mean, I think it's a nice segue to think
Happily.
about. Yeah.
So something that Ishaq was talking about, which is how these different, well, not only different priority of politics vis-a-vis economy, but also it's really about the how it is done. So how do you get to good management? One parenthesis, internationally, quality of management accounts by some estimates of for 30% of the differences in total factor productivity across countries. So there's something just there that is very important. What I think Ishaq was saying is that you need to have excellent management if you have a strong sort of directive from above type of intervention. A way to get good management is also to have this type of feedback mechanisms that I was talking about when I was saying cross the river by filling the stones. So that's more a sort of grassroots approach that doesn't bet on exceptional leadership, but it bets on a process that might not be perfect, might not be linear, but as a way to course correct. And this is a bit the risk of strongly centralized, directive from above type of investment. They are bets that are very risky because if they get it right very fast and very well. But if they don't get it right, they don't have that feedback mechanism to course correct. So there's definitely something to it and different modalities to go about it. Eventually, given heightened uncertainty, I think that the risk of choosing from above and hoping that the management is perfect is taking a high risk because uncertainty has increased. So I still would bet eventually for a system where management is based on objective feedback and ways to react to those feedback by changing the course. But I don't know if you agree, Christy.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think
Ishaq, especially.
I think I do agree. I mean, I think that feedback mechanism is the part in the dual bet. It's the feedback mechanism that might be lacking if you think about top-down political control. And what we know about these types of political systems is oftentimes the feedback mechanism is weak because power is strong.
And if I may, to add one last footnote before I unfortunately have to leave this conversation that promises to be so interesting, at least for someone like myself, is that I'm not even talking about democracy versus autocracy, or I'm not even talking about governments being larger or smaller. There are examples in the world of non-democracies that have adopted this mechanism of sort of getting grassroots innovation and sort of progressive change, adaptive change to investment and economic growth. So I'm making a sort of apolitical type of statement, which I think is possible. And the last thing is that it's also very cheap to do. And in a macroeconomic moment when fiscal stance is super tight, at least for oil importing countries, is the right moment to do it. And for the countries that are now swimming in oil, it's the right moment to do it for them to experiment what could work for their economies. So I'm so sorry that I have to conclude here, but thank you so much for being with us.
We really appreciate it.
And I'll watch the video.
Great, fantastic. Thank you very much. Maybe if I'll take a chance to home in on the case of Morocco for a moment and turn to Dr. Karim Al-Ainoui, who's the president of the Policy Center for the New South. And so Ishaq has said a few things kind of about the Moroccan model, but maybe you could tell us a little bit more about the macroeconomic and political environment in Morocco. And then I'm particularly interested in, and this has been mentioned, but it hasn't come up in detail, the idea of the needs. So the people who are not in education, not in the employment, not in training, and this youth bulge and sort of absorbing these people into the labor market and what that means for the transformation of the social contract. So could you perhaps say a few things about that?
Thank you. Yes, well, let's a few words about context first. We're in 2022, looking at the region and specific countries like Morocco and others. The past 15 years have been quite challenging in terms of policy making. Let's remember 2007, the financial crisis, and then we had 2011, responding to the demand from population across the regions. There were, of course, again, shocks, commodity prices, oil, food, COVID. It has been challenging. It has been challenging for all society, and this discussion is not happening in a vacuum. It's happening in a context and in a world. It has been challenging for liberal democracies with very strong polarization of electorate, people not even able to talk to each other. And I think the outcome of that and how countries have reacted has to do with much deeper issues, basically in the reptilian brain of all nations. We are the produce of histories. Moroccans are not Lebanese, are not Americans. It means something. So the nation state means something. It's culture, call it whatever you want. And politics is the produce of that. And if you look at how the region, and I forgot, conflicts, Libya, the aftermath of Iraq 2003, Syria. This is and so how a country like Morocco has sort of lived through that and responded to that. I think one of the lessons is that you need a functioning state that delivers. You can describe it as you want, but let's not get into this, liberal democracy, whatever. But you need a functioning state that delivers, and we've seen this in COVID. You need to deliver health services, vaccines, protect populations, and there's a demand for that. And I think across the region, the responses of the various states were very diverse. Some couldn't deliver basic health services, and you need at the same time to have a solid macroeconomic policy. Let's remember, a country like Morocco had an excess surplus in its fiscal balance in 2007, and debt was below 50%. Today, it has doubled, basically. Same everywhere. Remember, G20 countries, many of them, even G7 countries are above 100% GDP ratio to debt. So it has doubled because of this response. So now, of course, the space is narrower, and the question, and I think what to do. What to do given who you are? I think it's important to know who we are, and that's why important that economists should get together with some political scientists, because the response are not in a vacuum again. The Washington consensus, or whatever we think is the consensus today to do, happens somewhere in a country again. And what are your legal structure, how you're organized? Are you an old state? Do you have a practice of government? Do you have reasonable government policy? This is not the case around the region. And so I am very interested in that. How can I craft? You were talking about, experimenting in public policies. It's very difficult for some government to experiment. They want to have the right policy for the whole country in one shot. Should experiment by region, fail, and that's difficult. And data-based, evidence-based public policy making, that was said by the World Bank. But this is, again, not happening in a vacuum. It's about politics. This is not KPIs, work, spreadsheets. No, it has to do with the rapport de force in a country, and we have to be very mindful of that. So I think my sense is that we have an opportunity today, and we've produced, Itzhak has led with some friends, a commission that is a story about the region from the region, which is interesting. It's a report about, what to do now. And I think It has interesting ideas, and particularly this idea that it needs to combine, sound economic policy. It needs to combine what do we do with this debt, particularly from specific countries that have serious issues on debt, and though we unlock the potential, but it has to be very mindful of what are the countries. And I think that there's no such thing as a narrative about the Middle East or North Africa. I don't buy into this, and we can pass the countries from Morocco all the way to Lebanon, etc. So that would be my advice, that we need, and this is the Med conference, so we're part of the Mediterranean, it means something. It needs to have a framework for these policies in the spirit of cooperation that works. I can give one very specific example, and I'll stop here. It's energy, renewable energy. It's something that is of the utmost importance and even has to do with national securities for most countries. There is some stuff we can do together. There are, as of today, very interesting connections through value chains in specific industry. If I talk about Morocco, in the aeronautics and in the automobile sector, you can take, Tunisia has also some nice connections in those industries. So there are very specific stuff we can do together, and I'm not sure that a broad sort of view that is quite generic of let's not fall again in the trap of the 90s. There is a sort of recipe for no. It's look how it is difficult between advanced economies, how it is difficult to reach consensus in Europe, how it is difficult between Europe, US and China. So I want us to be a little bit modest and also deeply understand what are the countries, and that there are no blanket approaches. They can only be very specific, but we can find unlocking points to sort of ignite a positive dynamic. It's easy. It's not as easy as it, in any country for specific region where you have conflict. Of course, it's more difficult, etc.
I really agree with you in thinking about this. There's no one-size-fits-all solution, but there might be entry points with which we can kind of think about some of these issues. And three of the things that have come out of the conversation so far is, a respect for the history, the tradition, and understanding of kind of the context in which you're operating. The second is, knowing what's the capacity for change. And then the third is this issue around measurement and how do you actually measure change, and not these kind of one-size-fits-all KPIs, but really context-specific methods of measurement. This might be one of the ways to start to think about changing things in the right direction. You said one thing about debt and debt financing, and I'm tempted to go back to Isak, but I'm going to wait because I want to turn a little bit to think about some of the places that we haven't talked about so much, keeping with this trend that there certainly is no one-size-fits-all, because there are places that are suffering and suffering greatly, and I think Lebanon is a case in point, right? So a case really of a failed model. And we haven't really talked at all about how social identity and identity fits into the social contract. We've talked a lot about the macroeconomics and about the politics. So I wanted to turn to Joseph Bahout, who's the director of the Some Fairs Institute for Public Policy and International Affairs at the American University of Beirut, and maybe to say a few words about obviously a really different set of circumstances in Lebanon right now. Could you say some things about what's happening there and the evolution of kind of thinking about identity politics in the region in the years to come?
Thank you, Christina, and thank you for the Met Forum. It's a very important gathering here. In fact, actually, I'll probably talk a little bit about Lebanon, but mainly also bounce back on what has been said. I agree with the general line that it's much of a case-by-case situation, but also there are certain basic things. I'm here probably the only non-purely economist on the stage. I'm more of a political scientist. So probably I would also take this opportunity to come back to certain fundamentals, both on the issue of political economy, the social contract, but also on political sociology and political philosophy. For me, as a political scientist, when you say social contract, it's not the literature of the World Bank or the IFIs and etc. It's mainly Rousseau, Locke, and Hobbes, and etc. It's mainly political philosophy. What is a social contract for us? Social contract is a transactional relation between people and something that they will call after that the state, after having created the state. The state is not something important. And here I agree with you, the state is crafted by people according to situations, context, and etc. But what is this transactional exchange? On the one hand, it's the delivery of goods and services. It's the delivery of material things like social protection, human protection, physical protection, security, performance, roads, electricity, etc., health. But on the other hand, and this is what's maybe a little bit forgotten, and we come back to identity, there's a symbolic good that is being transacted between states and citizens, and between citizens themselves in a social contract. And here it's more issues like recognition, the recognition of people, of their individuality, the recognition of groups also, be them, I mean, primordial groups or not. It's the recognition of dignity, of inclusiveness, of the right to participate, to ask questions, to hold people accountable, etc., etc. Now, if you look at the MENA region, and here I think it's not anymore a case by case, it's a one size fits all. One of the main problems of the social contract in the MENA region is that it was mainly focused on the first part, on the part of, okay, I deliver goods, but the other part, the material part, the symbolic part is completely forgotten. This is what created in the literature of the World Bank and IFIs the concept of the authoritarian social pact, meaning I provide you with things, I feed you, I give you roads, I give you high-speed internet, I give you electricity, but you shut up. You don't have a word to say on the political scene, on the public sphere, and this is the contract that works, and it worked mainly in the MENA region because of the permanence and the success, I mean, the success of the oil rent and etc., be it direct or indirect. Now, our discussion here is happening, I mean, not in a vacuum, as you said. It's happening after 10 years or 11 years of something for me, which is tremendous, which is the Arab Revolution cycle. Now, you like it or not, this is a very important event in Arab and Middle Eastern history. It's something as fundamental as the end of the Ottoman Empire, the Nahda in the Levant, the 20s when the states were crafted, the 50s when regimes were changed, and as Ishaq said, when military came to power. This is as shaking as these events. Now, probably today's assessment is that this has come to an impasse and neo-authoritarianism has won again. The question is this victory of neo-authoritarianism based or predicated on the former type of social contract, meaning the authoritarian social pact, is durable or not? So if the questions of the symbolic aspect of the social pact, dignity, recognition, participation, inclusiveness, I mean, all this is not taken into account, is the social contract in the MENA region durable, viable, resilient enough, and etc.? I don't think so, because partly because of course, the performance, let's say the KPI, if you want, is not anymore here. I mean, states are not anymore able to deliver. Second, because the basic, the fundamental of that is today over. I mean, we want it or not, in a way or another in the long term, we are in a post-rentier era in the region. So we have to find a new model. We have to find a new basic model, infrastructural model, a material model that will support the social pact, and without the inclusion of this symbolic part of the social contract, which for me is identity, and we come back to your question about identity. Identity, the problem of identity in this cycle of Arab revolution was twofold. Part of the revolutions in the Arab world in the last 12, 11 years was based on the quest for identity recognition by the people who were revolting against the state. identity in the sense of who I am, what is my group, what are my rights, and etc. However, and this is the very fascinating and frightening paradox of Arab revolutions, identity was also used by the authoritarian states to quell some of the revolts. Syria is a case in point. The main argument, if you put aside other things, of the regime, of the authoritarian regime that is now prevailing in Syria is that the identity of a group is at stake, is endangered, and we have to protect it at any cost and with any means. So identity played a very different role. This is why if we don't crack the nut of identity in today's debate in the MENA region and put it inside the social contract debate, I think we would be missing not only a performative issue, but a vital issue that would put societies at stake and probably reopen a cycle of instability in the future. To conclude, I would say that the trap and the danger when we manipulate the issue of identity is that we often think in terms of nation building. In fact, it's not as much a question of nation building, it's a question of state building. What is, I think, one of the impasses of the Arab political thought is that it has, it's been maybe more than 100 years that it's the case. It has been behind and looking for a model of nation building. This is something we imported from the European political thought in the 19th century. However, today the issue is not anymore there. People revolted in Tunis, in Egypt, in Libya, in Yemen, in Bahrain, in Syria, today in Lebanon, etc., not because they are looking for a collective identity. They are looking for a functional state. They are looking, and here I'll conclude with that. I mean, 10, 15 years ago, to come back to political science, a seminal book was published by one of our colleagues, Teda Skok-Paul in Harvard. It was called Bringing the State Back In. We forgot that there's something called a state, and the state is enough, if it's performed well and managed well, to produce both the material part of the social contract and the social transaction and the symbolic one. So to ensure the production of goods and services, protection, and etc., and to ensure the dignity, inclusion, participation, and what we could call democracy one day in the MENA region. Stop at that.
Yeah, no, thank you, Joseph. I think it's a couple of really interesting things that came out of what you said. One is that there is a tendency now, kind of on after the Arab uprisings, to remove the politics from the equation and to remove, especially the identity politics from the equation. But I think, as tempting as that may be in some ways, I think it's dangerous because I think these things always tend to reemerge. And I think one of the things that particularly that you hit on is this issue of dignity and the concept of the state, right, as kind of regenerating and rebuilding the state, thinking less about nation building, more about state building. And I think it's an interesting opportunity, actually, to turn to Stefan Hertog, who's Associate Professor of Comparative Politics at the LSE, because you've written about these insiders and outsiders in the state. And one of the things we haven't talked about so far is kind of the balance within states and how that balance both contributes to the capacity that the state has and shapes the social contract as well. So in particular, you've written about this, the pathologies of these segmented market economies. And you've called this a particular variety of capitalism. And so I was wondering if you could kind of tell us about this variety of capitalism as you see it, and then how that shapes the relationship between business, state, society, labor, kind of bringing us full circle in this discussion about the social contract.
Yeah, thanks, Kristen. I think what I'll say, I'll pick up some of the themes that have been brought up already. I think one cross-cutting thing that's come through in all the remarks is that the states are under-resourced across the region. So there are fiscal crises. They have historically promised a lot in their traditional social contract in terms of providing public goods, infrastructure, education, healthcare, jobs, very large public sector employment. And what's been happening is that those kind of formal commitments are still there, but the resources aren't there anymore. And then almost by default, what you've had emerging is a system of insiders and outsiders. So some insiders who still have access to the benefits, who still have state employment, or in the case of private sector firms who still have access to state protection, state subsidies, state contracts, and then an ever-growing segment of outsiders, both on the labor market and among firms who don't have that kind of access to a state that's really overstretched and overtaxed and can't live up to its promises anymore. And I think this fundamental distinction between insiders and outsiders is to some extent a feature of economies all around the world, but it's particularly deep and particularly rigid in the Arab world. And I think the different interests of insiders and outsiders. So on the one hand, people who are employed in the public sector very securely, not on great salaries, but with much better benefits than in the private sector, much higher job security, much better pensions arrangements. They have very different material interests from, say, younger generations who don't have access to that kind of state employment anymore, who often operate on the informal economy, so don't have social security, don't have job security, don't have pensions arrangements. Similarly, in the private sector, you have well-connected, protected firms, often politically connected to the regime. A small minority that's doing very well, often has enormous rent-seeking opportunities and abnormally high profits because of their connected insider position. And then a large army of outsider firms who, again, often operate in the informal economy on the margin with very little security and very little opportunity. And I think this deep division between insiders who are still sort of connected to the fraying old social contract and outsiders makes for very, very divergent interests in society, both in the private sector and sort of the working class at large. And I think this is partially what explains why we've seen so little economic reforms that everyone could agree on, because insiders tend to defend their insider interests. Outsiders often want to become insiders. People who are informally employed on the labor market or unemployed, they don't demonstrate or ask for a better social security system or unemployment assistance. They ask for government jobs. Right? So that's sort of the token around which labor market politics is organized. And then when the government gives in and gives some of them government jobs because the squeaky wheel gets greased, the only thing that does is to slightly shift the boundary, to add a few more insiders to the insider constituency, but without changing the systems. You still have a deeply segmented system with people with very diverse interests, and a system that's also very highly unfair and highly unequal. And I think there's always this debate, is there too much state, is there too little state? Are the economies, have they been liberalized too much or too little? And I think it's really the wrong question to ask, because we have too much state presence in some sectors, in some areas, and we have almost no state in other areas. So it's the uneven presence of the state and the very uneven protection that some people benefit from and others don't benefit from. That's the issue. And to move towards something like a new social contract that's more inclusive, I think some of the insider benefits have to actually be diluted. They have to be eroded to some extent, but on the other hand, there has to be much more inclusive welfare and support for outsiders, a more modern welfare system in the case of the labor market, unemployment insurance, active labor market policy, potentially wage subsidies, cash grants, all those things that other regions have experimented with that the Arab world is so far behind. But right now, I think we have those cartels of insiders, both in the private sector and the labor market, that make it very hard to come to that kind of new social contract.
Yeah, and sort of, diluting insider influence is never easy. Yeah. So it's easy, and also kind of rolling out these benefits, the extent to which these things are very sticky, right? So you roll out these benefits, and you create a set of expectations, and
exactly,
then and these norms are basically really difficult to change. So we've got limited time left, but just in kind of the last 5 minutes that we have left, I wanted to open it up to everybody else on the panel to kind of reflections and thoughts on what you've heard, and anything else you might like to add. Isaac, maybe we can turn to you.
I think we made a lot of progress, but we're missing two elements.
What's missing? Tell us what's missing.
The two elements we're missing. One is the historical one that explains the specificities of the region. I mean, it's not genetic. And the second is where we are today and what are the challenges for the future. So very quickly on both, if I may. So on the first point, I mean, let's remember, we had these post-colonial states modernizing with lots of energy, lots of progress in the 50s and the 70s, the 80s, an inward-looking model, like everywhere else in the world, import substitution and the like everywhere else, collapsed in the 80s. Reforms, Washington Consensus and the like, debt reduction, it took 20 years. And there was a reform of the market. Markets were liberalized, but the polity was not liberalized. Big difference with Latin America. And so here we had aging autocrats with losing powers, myopic, trying to survive, created a very biased capitalism that Stefan just described. One that they could control, that one that was a kind of capitalism that was rather inefficient, where you wanted to be very close to the state or very far from the state. Nothing in the middle that is dynamic and the like. That takes us with some growth, nevertheless, to the Arab Spring, because there were no reforms. People have aspirations for something better. And then a chaotic 10 years after, where governments, to survive, spend the whole lot, but do not reform. And so we get to today, 3 extra shocks, you know, Ukraine, interest rates rising, we're losing market access, there are pressures on the exchange rate, on the interest rate and the like. Debts are very high, especially in the oil importing countries. And actually Lebanon explodes. Egypt and Tunisia are close to exploding. The IMF is trying to stabilize a little bit, but not with a big heart. I mean, they're kind of kicking the can down the road, small loans. The governments are not really willing or able to really restructure the economy the way they should a priori. And so we have this report that you were talking about that says, A, we have a whole bunch of countries about to financially explode. They're not the only one. I mean, there's a debt tsunami, debt crisis tsunami coming, especially if interest rates keep rising across the developing world. One solution is austerity. We think austerity could lead to a social explosion. It's not the right solution. The right solution is to do what hasn't been done for decades, which is grow out of the crisis. These societies are way below potential. Now it's written on the wall. For regimes to survive, they have to put in growth measures. A bit of austerity, but with growth measures, so people know that there is light at the end of the tunnel. They put effort in order to get in a better situation. The second big conclusion of the report is that there are lots of growth opportunities around now. Maybe unlike the past, because the region was never very good at exporting goods. You know, it couldn't compete with East Asia. But now the name of growth is green growth, it's digitalization, taking advantage of that. The private sector has grown, it exists now. It didn't exist in the 80s. You know, let it flourish. It could take growth on these big opportunities forward. But the last message is that this is not to be left to technical advisor to government. This is the job of politicians. And so this is back to Kristen, to your actually, you know, title, to your theme here. There is a need for a new social contract. A social contract that allows this growth to happen, that creates a coalition of would-be winners and a way to pay off, if you like, the would-be losers. There are, you know, many monopolies, cronies, polluting industries that won't survive, and they will resist all of that. And they have the means to lobby to resist, and they had resisted in the past. Politicians didn't create the kind of coalitions of the youth, of the educated, of those in regions that can benefit from this more inclusive growth that digitalization in particular could bring. And that coalitions need to be brought. Politicians' main job now is to actually put politically viable growth contracts together, what you call a social contract. And otherwise, and historically, we're in a very particular situation, at least in these 5-6 countries, where the alternative is actually repression, austerity, poverty, and truly a poverty and chaotic trap, a little bit a la Lebanon, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree with you more. I think the austerity road is a bad road to go down. I mean, I think that that's a road for a social explosion. As tempting as it may be, kind of macroeconomically, to tighten the belt, you've got to grow out of this crisis. So I couldn't agree more. Let me ask our other panelists, maybe we've got about 3 minutes left, so maybe 1 minute each, and then we'll wrap it up there.
Yeah,
Please.
let me, a couple of ideas. First, you need, functioning state is a state that allows you also to manage tension and transitions in society at the lowest cost possible, which is democracy, and some countries, I think, have, and that's fundamental. The second point, let me give you a couple of good news. I mean, we were talking, and tell you a little bit what we do in Morocco, as a virtue of example, not a lesson. First of all, after this crisis, we are trying to generalize the social protection system, and it is being forced. And because we have a specific governance, we are able to force reforms and across on top of these different groups and that you called inside. And that is something that will reshape the fiscal policy. And that I think, and it is also a demand from populations. It includes, a national registry system where we will target with conditional cash transfers and a much more efficient and transparent system of sort of social spending, not the kind of social spending that were described. And I think it is important. The third point I would like to make is about the youth. I have another hat, which is dean at a cluster that has social sciences, economics, and behavioral social sciences. So I see the younger generation. I sit in interviews for them to enter our university, and we see every single student. And I can tell you that I want to reassure you, there is a fantastic upcoming generation. Well, yes. I see them. They're not virtual. We see them every day at the university. Professors see them, and this is 70% girl. We don't have time to, and this is in the whole higher education system in Morocco. You have 70%, 74, 75% of girls versus boys. We don't have time to explain why. There are a couple of explanations, but if you tend to be depressed, I would recommend that you take a course at a university in the region. I suppose it's the same everywhere. So we need to make them space. It is very important that we create space and safe spaces where they can express themselves. And I see university as safe spaces also to contribute to the future of this region and on all those various countries. And they're having the kind of discussion we are having here. So it is important that we don't stay at a sort of higher view, helicopter view of things. And on insider and outsider, I'm sorry to say, but they are everywhere. Pork barrel has not been invented, in the region. It's the same everywhere. See the courageous, and I think they're interesting reforms that were taken by the Biden administration on canceling the debt, billions and billions of debt. How would you qualify that? I mean, this is how societies work. They're glued together. We need to find mechanism. And again, they have to be efficient. They have to be transparent. They shouldn't be confiscated by a specific group. It is tough to do. It is difficult. And I'm hoping in the region where the IMF is having discussion with government, this is on the table, because this is, this is not about the billions you're going to transfer. It's what you're going to do with it, how you're going to spend it, etc. What are the counterpart, So I think it has to be detailed.
Yeah, and I think it's your point that the region's not unique. The insider-outsider dynamics are present everywhere. I think it is well taken, and also clearing a path for the youth is absolutely critical and maybe a bright spot. So we're up against the end of time. Maybe two quick end comments from Joseph.
Yeah, because Christian, you asked me about Lebanon, and it's not that I evaded it, but I tried to answer in a broader manner. On Lebanon, very quickly, 2 points related to our debate, because Lebanon is a multifaceted crisis. On the nature of the social contract first. Social contract in Lebanon is mainly an elitist communal social contract. Okay, we have to keep this in mind. This is what was done in the 20s, in 43 to 40s, rejuvenated by the Taif Agreement at the end of the war. The problem is that this has built a very strong political system, but a very weak state. And we're back to our discussion. And the condition of having a very strong societal, elitist, communal pact is the fact that contract like the one we are discussing here, if this kind of system is as strong as resilient. Meaning that today, we have not only lived in Lebanon and work on public policy, is the full collapse of the public administration also, which is not only the state, it's below the state. On something that you are making, unable to provide more than 2 hours. The issue very, very quickly on the question that Ishaq has mentioned, and the question of redistributing a little bit the wealth and diluting crisis in the world's economic history recently in Lebanon. Unfortunately, probably the solution will be a solution by making the price be paid by the entire collectivity at the benefit of the same, let's say, political, elitist, communal class that is repacting again against the basic, let's say, needs of the citizen. And this is where I would conclude on that very, let's say, cynically, at least very, I say it with pain, this is a lost opportunity. The crisis in Lebanon could have been an opportunity to reboot the system, to rebuild another system. Unfortunately, 3 years after the collapse, I think that everybody could agree that, in fact, we're probably going to get out of this crisis with once again the same system, reproduced, rejuvenated, and back again to bite and to hurt people with probably lethal consequences
everywhere, but they're particularly deep and particularly rigid for historical reasons in the Middle East. So I think overcoming those native welfare policies, for example, is really the need of the ISPI press in January. So I'll end on this.
Fantastic. Thank you. Well, thank you to all the panelists for being here.
You.
Wonderful discussion. I think we advanced, may not have advanced the social contract, but we certainly advanced the debate. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated because the next session starts right away. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat as we start now with the next session. Please take your seat. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for guests today. There's Tariq Masood, Ford Foundation Professor of Democracy and Governance of Harvard University's Kennedy School of Government. We have Ebtisam Al-Ketbi, President of the Emirates Policy Center and Professor of Political Science at the UAE University. We have Ali Vaez, who's joining us on Iran expert, and he's the Iran Project Director at Crisis Group. And we have Ms. Cinzia Bianco, who is Research Fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. Thank you very much for joining us today. We will be looking at security in the Gulf, but also more broadly in the Middle East. Before we start, just a few brief remarks on some of the trends that we've seen over the past few years. I think one of the most important trends has been a kind of withdrawal of the US and the West. So we've seen America and its Western allies taking a step back. At the same time, we have seen Middle Eastern countries, regional powers, stepping up. So becoming much more assertive, embracing foreign policies that are much more independent and then don't always align with that of their Western allies. We've seen, for example, the war in Yemen and the blockade against Qatar. And this speaks of the new leadership, for example, in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has played a particularly active role in the region under Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. But we've also seen other dynamics, also local, regional players playing a bigger role internationally. For example, Qatar has played a crucial role in facilitating the withdrawal of US troops from Afghanistan and in helping with evacuations there. And more recently, when it comes to Ukraine, we have seen some of the Gulf countries trying to play the role of mediators while conspicuously maintaining a neutral policy posture, which again speaks of the probably growing differences between the West and some of its kind of long-time allies in the Gulf. Why don't we start with Ms. Ebtisam El-Ketbi? Could you talk a little bit about what is the UAE perspective on security?
Well, I prefer to speak about my perspective rather than UAE perspective. I don't wear an official hat. That's why it will make me feel more comfortable in talking about that. Although I don't think this is different from GCC perspective. You know, the problem also regarding when we're talking about the security in the Gulf, that the imbalance of power in the region, this is the main problem. You have militarized power on the other shore with all of nuclear power, missiles, drones, and on the other side you have less armed without a defense umbrella from the West, and any tension between the Iranian with the Israeli or the Iranian with the American, the retaliate comes to the Gulf. We saw this after death of Soleimani, or Soleimani killing an Abgeg on the tanks of UAE. So I would say the region requires demilitarization, which enable political settlements and de-escalation the tension. So if always we have this imbalance of power, and you will always have the problem of the security, and one only approach for the security, which is all Iranian explained it in the Hormuz, which it means Iran will still the sole power and hegemonic power in the region. More cooperative approach, will be for one part of de-escalation. And here I can talk about what UAE perspective, okay, which is a rapprochement with Iran, okay, and that came from that. Fighting with Iran will not be in the benefit of anybody, even of the Iranians themselves. So, rapprochement with Iran, if there is basis, can be. Of course, it doesn't mean Iran is not representing a threat. It is a threat. But how can you live with that threat? How can you cooperate with that threat? Through the business interest, which is the elite in Iran, and they have also business interest. Okay, so also there are environment, if we can cooperate, because we are always, all of us, facing the scarcity of water, the climate change. There are many things. So build on what we can agree, and the issues we don't agree, we leave it aside. We can solve that through negotiation or dialogue or whatever, but we don't put it as to preclude any kind of cooperation.
Thank you. Ali, Ebtisam mentioned rapprochement with Iran. Can you talk a little bit about Iran's perspective on security in the region in this changing geopolitical landscape?
Sure. First of all, it's great to be here. And let me start, as Ebtisam said, with a caveat that I'm not Rob Malley. He was supposed to be on this panel, and I represent neither the US view or the Iranian official view. But you know, what's stunning is if you compare where we are at the end of 2022 to where we were at the beginning of 2021 when the Biden administration came to office, I would say at that point, the US wanted to step away from maximum pressure, wanted to restore the nuclear deal, and was very supportive of an inclusive regional dialogue in the Gulf. From the Gulf perspective, also, I think, having experienced the side effects of maximum pressure, the fact that the Gulf countries were collateral damage in the confrontation between Iran and the US, I think there was realization that a deal, even if imperfect, is still better than no deal, that there needs to be channels of communication and de-escalation with Iran. And so, you know, at the end of 2021, there was a joint communique by the US and the GCC supporting both restoration of the nuclear deal and also further inclusive dialogue. Iranians too, I think, were on board with this agenda. They wanted economic reprieve, of course, and they already had started de-escalation with the Gulf countries. As you know, there were 5 rounds of negotiations between Iran and Saudi Arabia facilitated by the Iraqis. There were extensive talks with the Emiratis. The relationship with Qatar was going very well, as of course, with Kuwait and Oman. So things look much more promising then. Now we're in a completely different world in the sense that the US seems to now slowly entering maximum pressure 2.0. It's very unlikely that the nuclear deal will be restored. I think the Gulf countries are still hesitant to move in the direction that they were moving under the Trump administration. But you already see the side effects of blockage in the nuclear diplomacy in relations with the Gulf. And also, more importantly, because Iran is now engulfed in domestic turmoil, and it sees at least the hand of some Gulf countries, whether it's true or paranoia, I'm not getting into that. I'm just saying, it's quite something when the head of the Revolutionary Guards, senior Iranian officials come out and publicly threaten Saudi Arabia. And of course, the Saudis had intelligence last month that there was an attack by the Iranians in the making as a way to deter the Saudis from continuing to support some of these satellite channels that are beaming into Iran and supporting the protesters. So, and I really feel the escalation between Iran and Saudi Arabia, it's very unlikely to happen. This, of course, have implications elsewhere in the region, like in Yemen. Obviously, Iranians always have a preference to push back against their adversaries indirectly. And of course, pushing to Houthis to escalate, to renew attacks on Saudi soil is one way of doing that. And the more the regime is embattled, the more it would have an interest in becoming more aggressive, because there is this view that an embattled regime will be forced to be focused internally. But there's 4-decade behavioral pattern of the Islamic Republic, and again, it usually becomes more aggressive in the region when it's more repressive at home. We saw a small episode of that in 2019. Remember, in 2019, there were also protests in Iran, and in a matter of 3 days, the regime killed 300 people. Now we're entering the 3rd month of protests, and more than 400 people have been killed, but there is the possibility of an incursion or an escalation in Iraqi Kurdistan. So the protests could have the kind of side effects that I think we're not paying enough attention to right now.
And Tarek, from the US perspective, you have obviously a very shifting geopolitical picture in the Middle East. You have on one side, dialogue with Iran is much harder than it was before. So even with a hostile country, things are getting more complicated. And on the other hand, you have long-standing allies with whom the relationship is also becoming a little bit more complicated. How would you define the US role in the region today, and how do you see Middle Eastern countries responding to this new posture?
Great. So probably I should utter the same disclaimer that Ibtissam did with respect to the US. Margarita, I've always found this refrain that you hear in the Gulf about the United States withdrawing from the region to be somewhat puzzling. And, I think some of it comes from the way that President Obama used to talk about the pivot to Asia, which never made sense to me, because how do you pivot to a place that you're already in? I think some of it has been a function of the withdrawal from Afghanistan, which people in the region think portends a bigger withdrawal. But as one former US official recently told me, look, in Asia, in East Asia, after the US withdrawal from Vietnam, there were the same kind of fears. And look, almost 50 years later, we're still there. But I think a lot of this concern about US withdrawal is a function of strategic immaturity on the part of many of the countries in the region. It's almost as if the United States is not bombing Iran or standing shoulder to shoulder with Saudi and Emirati forces in Yemen, that it's somehow dismantling its empire in the Middle East. And that seems to me profoundly wrong misreading of the US. I think if you look at the US's presence in the region, we've got dozens of military facilities that aren't going anywhere. The US has a clear track record of defending the territorial integrity of its allies in the region. It's not going to help its allies crack down on domestic dissent, and it's not going to shore up a regime, but it absolutely has a rock-solid record when it comes to preventing foreign incursions. But, if you think about this strategic immaturity, so I think, in other words, I think a lot of it is that I actually don't see a U.S. Withdrawal from the region. And what Ali pointed out, though, and Dr. Ibtissam pointed out, some of this rapprochement or attempts to engage with Iran, this is what President Obama was calling for. Remember in that interview he did with Jeffrey Goldberg, and he said, look, you should figure out a way to share the region and come to some kind of cold peace. And of course, there was a big hue and cry about that. And what ended up happening? That's what they ended up trying to do. And as Ali points out, the dynamics in Iran now are a little bit, are causing, putting that on hold. But I think what the current moment reveals is that there's been some strategic immaturity on the part of our allies, and the US position in the Gulf hasn't really changed.
May I add just something? Yeah. Because I want to react towards that. Well, Dr. Tara, why the Gulfists try to diversify their partnership, mainly when US pivot to Asia, also they pivot to Asia, because 2015, they looked to the GCPOA, it wasn't for their interest, and it did not stop Iran from attacking them. And in fact, the credibility of US for them when Abqaiq has been attacked by the Iranian and our tanks. And UAE did not do anything regarding that. The second example, when we have been attacked with the Houthis missiles and from Iraq and from Yemen, and US did not do anything. Now, since that, the Gulfists thought that they should also to look to their interest. And if US is not going to protect them from Iran, let them approach Iran through cooperation, through regional dialogue, through so and so. And this is the dilemma. Now, I've been in Manama, and many of US officials, their missions is to assure the Gulfists that we are here not leaving. But the Gulfists knows that they are here not because of protecting us, because they don't want China to be, or they want to counter China's presence in the region. This is the reality. Thank you.
I saw Tinsa nodding. Is there something you want to add on this topic?
Yeah, I mean, I think, given that I do work at the European Council on Foreign Relations and we are in Italy, Europe, I want to sort of bring it back to a European perspective. I think, and this is after 12 years of interacting with counterparts in the GCC, I think I've sort of seen a shift over the past few years that really has been surprising me. And I can say with some degree of confidence that in my analytical opinion, the US is at its weakest point, geopolitically speaking, in the Gulf region since I started this job 12 years ago. So I do understand the point that Dr. Tarek was making, because I've been hearing these points, as Dr. Ebtissam was saying, from several parts of US officials, especially leaning close to the Democratic Party and the progressives, and US academics as well, and analysts, that the US is not withdrawing, that they are right-sizing. And honestly, I don't want to get into a conversation about how many thousand troops there are on the ground in Saudi Arabia right now. I don't want to get into how many patriots were withdrawn at the beginning of the Biden administration. And Dr. Ebtissam already mentioned that there was complete lack of reaction to major attacks happening on GCC soil. The point I want to make is that the GCC countries are sovereign states, and they have absolutely no doubt that in their perception, there is a withdrawal of the US. And there is a lack of vision and interest from the US part on the role of the Gulf, geopolitically speaking. In other words, their opinion and their perception is that in the US, the Gulf no longer plays a central role into the future geopolitical asset of the world, not really the region, the world, because the US is a global actor and thinks globally. And they compare and contrast this all the time when we speak about that with the Chinese approach, which again, might be true, might be not true, but in at least the perceptions and the way that they are, the Chinese themselves, are presenting it, they have a vision for the wider Middle East and North Africa, in which the Gulf and the Arabian Peninsula plays an absolutely central role into the dossier that is the most important dossier for Beijing, which is connectivity. The Chinese go to the Gulf and say, we look at your area as playing a central role in connecting Asia to Europe and to Africa because of your central location, because of investments into infrastructures. And we're talking traditional infrastructures, so ports, railroads, and so on, airports, but also new infrastructures, the digital one. And we are going to see next week, I think, all of these coming to life in a very, very momentous summit taking place in Riyadh with China GCC summit, a China-Saudi summit, and a China-Arab summit that will also be extended to other Arab leaders. And I think our American friends will be quite surprised by the outcome of that summit. And again, then, as I promised, bringing it back to a European and Italian perspective. It is really, I mean, for Europe is finding a new relevance of the Gulf as well. This is because of, seeing the Gulf as potential important partner on energy security, but also on aid and development in the wider region, the green agenda, climate, water security, a lot of interest in Europe working with the UAE towards COP28, especially on water and climate issues. However, we have been working with the assumption for decades that the Gulf was an American lake and that the US was the sole and unchallenged hegemon of that region, and that we could sit back and relax and not really take care of the really problematic dossiers and files and challenges of the Gulf. I think this time is over, and I think if, as Europeans, we do decide that the Gulf is important strategically for our energy security and our geopolitical priorities in the wider region, including North Africa and Africa, and I mention these because these are obviously the Italian priorities, then it's time that we also start taking on more responsibility to the extent that is possible and is also important for our own interests, onto the more problematic aspects of the region.
Absolutely. And so, yeah, as you mentioned, it's not just about the United States maybe being less focused on the Middle East as it used to be, but also that priorities don't always align. So Gulf states have realized, often our interests are not the same as American interests. And you see that a lot in terms of the relations with China and Russia. And Tarek, I wanted to ask you, how do you see this kind of great power rivalry, this kind of global instability kind of playing out in the region?
So, I mean, this is a great question. I mean, I think, to respond to this point about China, I mean, you can't on the one hand say that the concern with the United States, as Dr. Ibtissam mentioned, is that the US didn't defend the Saudis or the Emiratis when the Houthis lobbed missiles at them, and then say, and consequently the answer for us is to deepen our relationship with China or to deepen our relationship with Russia. They're not going to solve that problem for you. And so I think, again, this goes back to this point about the strategic immaturity. So I don't know about this summit that's going to happen with the Chinese, but I'm sorry, it's evident to anybody with two eyes that the Chinese model's failed, or it's in the process of failing. If you want to, and so we often see, as Dr. Ibtissam says, the Americans said they are going to do a pivot to Asia. Well, we can do a pivot to Asia as well. Okay, let me know how that works out for you. The Saudis talked about wanting to sell their oil in yuan. Okay, presumably this is going to hurt the US dollar. You know what else it's going to hurt? The Saudi riyal, which has been pegged to the US dollar forever. The Emiratis make a deal with the Chinese to build a naval base until the Americans find out and force them to stop it. And you think, of course, the Emiratis knew that the Americans would find out. So what were they doing? Is this a kind of schoolyard sending of a message? I mean, I think it again speaks to this strategic immaturity. Russia, Russia is such a basket case that they are now having to get military assistance from Iran. That's the country that you want to have a deepened alliance with in order to rectify whatever or cover for whatever shortcomings you think are in the US commitment to the Gulf. So I think, again, there is this real, I can't describe it other than strategic immaturity. The fact is, the future of this region, to the extent that there are good things happening in this region, I would say Mohammed bin Salman was exactly right when he said, without you Americans, we would have been North Korea. And if you look at all of the positive changes that are happening in Saudi Arabia or the positive changes that are happening in the United Arab Emirates, in large part, these come as a result of American influence. And so the future for that region, in my view, is to deepen its connection with the US. And if you think the US is letting the rope go slack, you should pull on it instead of trying to find these other patrons that do not have what you need and represent, this kind of, the irony is, the non-aligned movement, we laugh about Gamal Abdel Nasser's policy of non-alignment from, 60 years ago, and now our allies in the Gulf seem to want to be picking it up. That seems a step in the wrong direction.
One area in which there is cooperation is the kind of rapprochement between the Gulf states and Israel. Abdeslam, can you talk a little bit about the Abraham Accords and how and the ripple effects of that in kind of regional politics?
Well, if you allow me, just I have a comment on
yes,
that.
please.
Dr. I cannot, because, well, with all respect to the military umbrella is U.S. providing the region, it's not for free. We are paying for that, okay? Al-Udeid base has been done by the Qataris. Only the American put their troops there, and they are enjoying the free, okay? Still, this does not mean that our relation with the United States indispensable, and it is important, and they will still our ally. But the bitterness we felt when this, what I mentioned, example happened, and Dr. Tara, the China's presence in the region did not happen in one day. Belt and Road has been taken how many years under the American? They were not seeing what's happening in the region. They are, and they were happy with that. Well, let the Chinese put their money, let they build the infrastructure, we will join the free rider in that. Okay, but the Chinese, I know, they are not going to bring the protection for the Gulf in terms of militarily, but it's not either or, okay? Either us, we don't look to China as a threat. The American look to them, but we don't. They are strategic, economic, strategic partner, but we know our strategic partner, in terms of strategic partner militarily, it is with US. How to balance that? You mentioned Russia. Well, why do we have to look to things that what is good for United States, it's good for us? We have our national interests as well. And US has to respect, Europe has to respect that. Why we should side by your interests and forget about our interest? You didn't side with our interest when it happened with Iran, and you look only for the nuclear program. I didn't look what we are facing, the arsenal of missiles, the arsenal of drones. And now I look at it as double standard. I hypocrite now. When Europe mentioning now, what von der Leyen said in Manama Dialogue, that now Europe considering Iran is a threat for regional security. Come on, we were trying to convince you that this missiles is threatening us. And you were not listening. Only when these missiles reach your homeland, now you figure that this is threatening the regional security. Come on, this hypocrite. What if next year you are going back to GCPOA? You will stick to what you said, or things will change? This is how we feel in the region. Now, coming back to, sorry, because I couldn't pass it without saying what I have.
Well, there's a clear sense of betrayal, right? And trust will take some time to be.
No, there is misunderstanding and there mistrust between us and the American. And some of European, and how European, they look to us through their framework, through their parameters, and we have to be European like them. We don't want to be. We have our own model, okay? And you have to respect it as we respect yours. But this is the misunderstanding between the two regions. No.
On one area where you do get along, seems to be.
Okay, you can go and we come back to Abraham Accord if you want.
No, go for it.
No, for me, in the beginning, I look at it as a game changer, and now any regional security framework should consider the strategic shift and the Abraham Accords created and their potential prospect. The Abraham Accords brought a new strategic environment, I would say, to expand the regional cooperation frameworks through health, through artificial intelligence, through economy. The Abrahamic funds, which has been created, it gives some hope for the new generation in both sides, those whom the signatories of the Abraham Accord and the Palestinian. The only problem now we are facing that the new government, which is it shows that two-state solution is not on the table now, and how because marketing the Abraham Accord based on that, will bring solution also to the Palestinian. Now, how to deal with this government? This is the main obstacle we are facing.
And Ali, from the Iranian perspective, when as we see this kind of closer ties between Israel, the UAE, and other Gulf countries, how is that perceived? How it's factoring in kind of broader security picture for Iran?
Sure. Let me just add a few points on some of the issues that came up, especially on China. I want to remind everyone that China has excellent relations with Iran. It has tried to hedge its bets. It's true that it also has good relations with the Gulf countries, and in fact, it imports more oil from the Gulf countries than it does from Iran. But there's one difference between Iran and the Gulf countries that I think geostrategically the Chinese can't overlook. And unlike we in the West, the Chinese don't plan for the next 2 years or the next 4 years, electoral terms. It's much longer term planning. And the one place in this part of the world which will remain energy rich for the foreseeable future, in which the United States does not have a foothold, is Iran. And that is a fact that the Chinese are not going to overlook. And I think that is something that the Gulf countries should take into consideration regardless. Second, I don't want to relitigate the past, but because this comes up repeatedly, I think it's worth saying it, that I remember during the nuclear negotiations, the Gulf countries themselves did not want the West to bring up regional issues behind their back because they were not at the table. The P5+1 was a structure that was mandated by the United Nations Security Council and had one task, which was the nuclear issue. The nuclear deal was a nuclear deal, not a nuclear regional missile deal. It is true, however, that in the aftermath of the conclusion of the deal, there was an opportunity for building on it, building other agreements on it, regional, missile, addressing other issues. But I think the mindset at the time wasn't where it is today. As Tarek said, when Obama said, you have to have a modus vivendi, it was as if he had said, he had uttered blasphemy. I think the Europeans and the Americans, they always were concerned about Iran's missile program. But there's also this vicious cycle here that we have to take into account, which is the fact that Iran's support for partners and proxies, at the end of the day, stems from the fact that it feels in a region that is basically surrounded by the United States, from a conventional military capability is inferior to a lot of other countries in the region. The UAE Air Force compared to the Iranian Air Force is night and day. I mean, the Iranian Air Force dates back from the time of the Shah. It's a flying museum. It's not an Air Force. And so the forward defense policy of supporting partners and proxies and the ballistic missile program all stem from the Iranian perspective from their threat perception. Now, of course, what is seen by them as offensive is perceived by the Gulf countries as, as defensive by the Iranians, is perceived by the Gulf countries as offensive. And there's a very nebulous border between those two perceptions. And so the Gulf countries rely more on the US, which I think at the end of the day, because of the kind of military equipment they have, they really don't have a lot of options for diversifying. But that point, I think, has been hammered already. And they drag the US further into the region. Now they have better relations with Israel, which deepens Iran's threat perception, which then pushes Iran to double down on its missiles and on its forward defense policy. And so at some point, this cycle has to be broken if we want to have a more stable region. Now, the Iranians have been living with Israel, having good relations with their neighbors for many years, Turkey, Azerbaijan, Iraqi Kurdistan. So they're used to to Israel being next door. And they have communicated to the Gulf countries that if the relationship is cultural, economic, social, that's fine. But if your territories are going to be used as a launching pad for intelligence and military operations against Iran, and that's an entirely different game, and then your territories will become fair game. And I think the Gulf countries understand that. That's why every time you see Israelis talking about an Arab NATO that will be in full coordination with them, the Emiratis, the other countries in the region say, no, this is not an alliance against Iran. And I just don't see Israel and the Gulf countries being able to really move in that direction of creating an anti-Iran official coalition, because it has significant costs that, although Israel might not really care about, the Gulf countries are fully cognizant of.
Cinzia, I wanted to ask you, to what extent do you think we talk about the Gulf, but to what extent can we really talk about a common Gulf security position? Do you think greater integration, greater cooperation is possible or not?
So I agree completely with the reading that Dr. Ali had of the question of, and Dr. Ibtisam, which is interesting because they were not exactly the same, that they had about the escalation in the Gulf, in the sense that I think there is a slight difference of views in Saudi than there is in other countries in the GCC on this question. So as Dr. Ali was saying, obviously Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, have been for a while already pursuing the escalation and re-engagement. And as Dr. Ibtisam said, the UAE has also become quite active later, but arguably even more active than the others. Saudi Arabia is in a slightly different position also because it is more threatened by Iran. If it wasn't for the US intercepting shipments that were already almost in Yemen and full of missiles and drones, we would be talking about a completely different situation right now. And this happened only 2-3 weeks ago. So there are slightly different positions, but I think overall, if we can sort of describe a GCC outlook on Iran, is a combination of trying to rebuild the deterrence formula, which in their views was overly based on the US and is no longer reliable, and to rebuild that deterrence formula with a diversification of partnerships where you don't have only the United States, you also have a number of other NATO countries, because of what Dr. Ali was saying. They have interoperability of systems, but also in some more niche cases, Chinese cooperation with China. And already, there has been rumors for a while of deals there's a very old, dating to the 1980s, cooperation on ballistic missiles with Saudi Arabia. Then there have been in the past, and now again, talks about acquiring drones from China, which are items that the US is not willingly selling to the GCC partners. But long story short, rebuild this deterrence formula with a combination of their own independent capabilities and a diversification of partnerships, while at the same time also doing engagement to lower the level of tensions and the level of perceived threat. So that is where I think the Europeans can be useful, because as we all know, the Europeans have always been, you know, they've, they have many flaws, but they're very consistent. And they have been extremely consistent in saying what we want to see is a region of players that get along with one another and that explore cooperation. France, one of the largest EU member states, has been active into having a first conference on partnership and cooperation in Baghdad. They're trying to figure out a way to have a second round quite soon. In another regional capital, again, talking about potential cooperation and engagement between the different Gulf countries and other countries in the region. I think there's going to be a lot of focus on environmental security, in particular water scarcity, but also economic diplomacy, something that the UAE is quite strong on. Saudi Arabia has the Saudi Middle East Green Initiative. So they have obviously have an interest and have resources and projects at the regional level on that. And the European Union has the know-how and the political will to play a much more active role in that sense. It's okay. It's fine. So yeah, long story short, I think if there is still, which seems that there still is, the idea that you will need to lower the tensions with re-engagement, I think the Europeans can be useful partners in that. And on the several fronts, working towards COP28 in the UAE, working with the Saudi on the Middle East Green Initiative, there are a lot of opportunities that can be exploited to try and make this re-engagement and de-escalation a bit more sustainable and durable and resilient to shocks.
Thank you, and sorry for my coughing fit. Tarek, I wanted to ask you, there's this clear sense of betrayal. I mean, you're talking about how the US remains very engaged, but there is, especially among Gulf countries, this sense of betrayal. And I think the withdrawal from Afghanistan was a reminder of that. After 20 years, the United States turned its back, and Afghanistan is now back under Taliban control. What can be done to rebuild that trust, do you think?
Yeah. That's a great question. I want to take advantage of this just to also respond to something that Dr. Ibtisam said. When she pointed to the US and its unwillingness to defend its allies in the region against attacks by Iranian proxies, and you said, the US was only interested in the Iran insofar as it has its nuclear program. And I think, it's very important that we do recognize that, Iran, through its proxies, has been one of the most avid persecutors and killers of Arabs. This is not questionable. But in Iran, with a nuclear weapon, is going to be much less restrained. Its proxies are going to be much less restrained. So the American attention on the Iranian nuclear program was not misplaced. It's part of a much broader picture. In terms of, rebuilding the trust, again, as a political scientist, we never want to attribute behavior to stupidity or to personal foibles. We always want to think that the ways that states behave are a function of a kind of rational reading of their interests, their capabilities, et cetera. But, it's hard to sustain that kind of analysis in this case. And so I guess what I would say is that the onus for this really does lie more on the part of America's Gulf allies. And let me just give you an example. So, this point about strategic immaturity. So, the Americans think that they had, over the summer that they had a deal with the Saudis to, at least not cut production. Then, of course, that didn't come to pass. And, it's hard not to read that as the Saudis saying, this will teach the Democrats, okay? First of all, that's quite a stupid thing to do, given that the last thing you want is for the American relationship with Saudi Arabia or for any country in the region to become a purely partisan issue. And so that was a very poor move. Now, how did the Americans respond? Did the Democrats respond by saying, okay, now we're going to get even? Because remember, the move utterly failed. Okay, President Biden's party had the best showing in the midterms that a president's party has ever had, or not ever had, but has had for quite a while. And so it didn't even work. And then, but how have the Americans responded? The last piece of news that we heard is, in fact, they have now followed through with granting Mohammed bin Salman immunity from prosecution for the assassination of Gamal Khashoggi. So the Americans, in my view, are displaying a great deal of maturity. And I think our Gulf allies, which really, I cannot exaggerate enough, this should be a Catholic marriage between the United States and our Gulf allies. They need to be wary of making this American they're making their repeated complaints about an American abandonment of the Gulf into a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Abdeslam, do you want to respond?
Yeah, sure, I want to react to that. Well, Dr. Tariq, label hypocrisy. Okay. Now, both European and American, they were emphasizing on the incidents of Jamal Khashoggi. With all respect, hundreds of people were killed in Iran every day. Nobody mentioned that. Nobody sanctioned them at that time, okay? Because they are running for JCPOA. They want only to sign the deal, regardless the violation of human rights from the Iranian regime. Okay, only one incident happened in the Gulf, okay? Because the guy happened to be American. If it's happened to Saudi, they don't care, okay? Now, the issue that all the American, the European, raising the issue of human rights in Iran. I was with one European envoy 2 weeks ago, and he was asking me about the deal, the Iran, the situation in the region. And he was telling me now regarding the violation of human rights in Iran, we are going to change our position. And I get, well, come on. This is a real hypocrisy. These people has been killed every day since this regime came. Now, just you realize that the human rights violation, because Iranian now, they are sending their missiles and drone to Russia. Now you realize. So, Dr. Tariq, this is, I don't buy it, and I don't think people in my region, they buy it anymore from the West. The hypocrisy is the label. Now, regarding the issue of US and its commitment in the region and what happened in Afghanistan. What happened in Afghanistan gave a bad image for US that it is not credible in the region. And it can pull itself, and it happened. They pulled the troop from Iraq, and they left Iraq. Okay, you remember under Obama's. Okay, of course, Trump did worse, and Biden is not doing better than the previous ones. Okay, now, when it comes to the oil issue, the West only looking to the things from their own interest. Well, come on. Also, we have people to feed in the region. This government also responsible and of its people to feed them. The high prices oil benefit us also, but you want only. I'm not saying that the Saudi they did it deliberate because of the. This is how the American they read it. But they didn't do it deliberate just because of the election. It happened that it came before the election. Relating this issue with the other issue, I think this came just in the mind of the Democrat. Well, when you are also want to cooperate with us, European and American, regarding the energy, you only look at it from your interest angle. Before you are asking us, stop bombing, you are cause the climate change problem. You are the cause of climate change problem. So you have to stop bombing more oil. And we were in negotiation, and we felt we are under pressure, and we are accused. Now, you are also putting pressure now on us that you have to pump more because you are causing energy problem in Europe, and you are the cause of that, and you are raising the oil. Come on, what should we do? Tell us. You don't sit and negotiate with us, and there is dialogue between us and you, how to come in the middle, which serves your interest and our interest. Stop sending us order. Stop dictating us. In fact, the EU strategy, I was talking to Shinzi before, this new strategy is dictating the Gulf what should they do. Okay, it's only they look to the European interests. What about our interests? Okay, why you don't consult with us? It doesn't mean what's good for you, good for us. Let us reach in the middle so we can cooperate with you. Stop dictating us, please.
Cinzia, do you think that there's more common ground that can be found with Europe to bridge some of these?
So I think, a couple of points. The first one is, again, another reason why, and here I'm going to really come across as a Macronista, but one other reason why we really need to develop sovereign autonomy and strategic autonomy everywhere in the world, including the Gulf, is because otherwise, it's normal that Dr. Ibtissam, as many others, lump us together with the United States, when in many, many cases, we have had a different approach to issues vis-a-vis the United States. I mean, I don't want to go back too much in history, but even if we look at the oil issue and the latest oil conflict and differences between the US and Saudi Arabia, actually the Europeans have not reacted anywhere like the United States. The United States reacted with a lot of anger and frustration and a lot of emotions, at least rhetorically, and threatening consequences and so on. We didn't. No European official, publicly or privately, had this reaction. There was a much more cold-blooded acknowledgement that Saudi Arabia had the right to decide on its own oil policy. I will say, in the interest of transparency and honesty, that was also because the Europeans were, in this case, having their own conversation with Saudi Arabia about buying much more oil from Saudi Arabia, and also launching energy partnerships, especially with the UAE and Qatar, that are much longer term and starting with oil and gas, then also look significantly into investing into renewables. And already we have, I mean, this is already a reality. The UAE has already been shipping renewable hydrogen to the port of Hamburg in Germany, which is then used for industrial processes. So it's already reality. So in this case, I think there is, it's very important to make that distinction clear, that, also because we are allies, that doesn't mean we are exactly in the same page in every situation. And we also have our own problem of attitude, because, as Dr. Ibtissam was saying, the new EU Gulf strategy has come across as an imposition. And I think this was because it was not properly explained about what it is. It is only and exclusively from the European perspective, because it is a European exercise to define among ourselves what are our interests and our priorities and the potential policies that we can pursue in the Gulf. So it is only European because it is only addressed at Europeans. The second step, which I hope, and I think should happen soon, is there will be an official response from the GCC countries to that strategy, and then the two documents will be basically taken together into official consultations to get a synthesis of both sides' interests.
And Ali, one last question for you. How has the war in Ukraine complicated the relationship between Europe and Iran?
Well, it's a major rupture. Although I would say the perspectives are very different if you talk to the Europeans and you talk to the Iranians. The Iranians say, you know, this visceral reaction from the Europeans is hard for them to understand because they are maybe as much of a belligerent because of provision of arms to Russia that is being used in the Ukraine conflict as the UK or France are because of provision of arms to the UAE and Saudi Arabia that were deployed in the Yemen conflict. But I think the Iranians miscalculated how close this issue is to European hearts, how it affects their threat perceptions from Iran. I mean, what Dr. Abdeslam was talking about was really hard to imagine that a few years ago the Europeans would come out this strongly against Iran, but now they see Iran in the same camp as Russia undermining their security. And this has really, in addition, of course, to human rights violations, which has tainted Iran's image even further in the West, and especially in Europe that is so concerned about human rights, has really deteriorated the situation. But I think at the same time, you know, it's unfortunately coming at the worst time possible, because with the further bifurcation of geopolitics, this is basically reaffirming that view in Iran that the West is unreliable. The US has already proven, given what happened to the JCPOA, that it's completely unreliable. The Europeans, despite their political support for the deal that helped it survive Trump administration years, but they couldn't deliver on the economic front. So from their perspective, the Europeans don't have strategic autonomy and therefore are irrelevant. In a situation like this, I think further pushing Iran into the arms of Russia and China is a geopolitical mistake, but the Europeans are unfortunately moving in that direction at a very high speed. Now, I think there is potentially space because, you know, there is deep-rooted popular mistrust towards Russia in the Iranian psyche and within the society. And so there is possibility of trying to dissuade Iran from further moving down that road. But this is not where I see the European mindset being at this moment.
Okay, I think we are out of time, luckily, because I'm about to have a second coughing fit. But thank you so much, our panelists, for the discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat as we're going to start with next session. Thank you.
So Pedro, you're from
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the session, Feeding the Future, Securing Regional Food System. This is a topic that has been historically at the center of the Med dialogue. Today, we had also a high-level ministerial dialogue on this topic. One of the reasons is that this year, the combination of extreme weather, poor harvest, and the war in Ukraine, including disruption in international food trade, has created a deterioration in availability of food, access to food, and a price crisis. In the last couple of months, prices started to decline, but the situation remained deteriorated, and the unnourished and the people that is at risk of access to food security is growing, especially in North Africa, Middle East, and in Sahel. How can we build more resilient food system? How can we reduce dependence on imports, especially in Africa, North Africa, and Sahel? And how can we prevent the next food price crisis. This is what we're going to discuss with our panelists that I thanks and welcome, starting with Antonio Pedro, who's acting executive director at the UN European Commission for Africa. Then we have Roberta Gatti, chief economist at Middle East and North Africa at the World Bank, and Maximo Torero, who's chief economist at FAO. Thanks, everyone. And Maximo Torero, I would ask you to help us set the stage with a few numbers just to give the exact idea and the picture of what's happening currently.
Sure, if you let me, there will be, let me stand up better because it will be difficult for me to see what you are seeing.
Sure.
Okay, so it should be here. Okay, great. So I just wanted to give you a brief idea of the story and to try to understand what is happening with the countries that we are discussing today. So essentially what we see, the dark blue line is the world. And then you have Northern Africa, which have been increasing in terms of production, but there has been a decline in the last period. And then you have Near East, which have been facing a decline over the period, which worries and creates a concern in terms of per capita production. But the major concern is the trade dependencies of all these countries. And in green, you have the world, and this is the share of GDP in total food imports as a percentage, and you have the MENA countries and the global average. And as you can see, the dependency of Yemen is enormous relative to an average of the world percentage of dependency. And many of the countries depend substantially in terms of imports from the world. Not only that, when we look at the dependency specifically for Ukraine and Russian Federation on imports, and this is wheat imports, you will find countries like Lebanon that depend more close to 80% in terms of the imports between Ukraine, mostly from Ukraine and from Russian Federation. But many of these countries had a huge dependency, which makes their resilience very complex when you shut down one of the major suppliers of wheat exports in those countries. Now, what are the production constraints? The production constraints first is water. And water is extremely complex. And as you can see, the line in blue is defining the where fossil water is being mined. And all those countries to the right-hand side are facing significant challenges in terms of water. And this brings the concept of how we can improve significantly water efficiency and the major concerns that we are facing in the other countries in the world. Now, there is ample availabilities of fuel and fertilizers in some of these countries, but self-sufficient ratios of fertilizers are displayed here, but there are countries that are not self-sufficient and depend also on the input side, and the input side, the prices are increasing significantly later. Now, the nutrition consequences of all these are complex. And we see clearly in this region a double burden of malnutrition, where you will see on one side significant prevalence of undernourishment, especially in Yemen, Jordan, Iraq, compared to the world. But then you will also see a significant challenge of adult obesity, overnutrition. So it's undernutrition and overnutrition, which puts a significant challenge over the region. And that's something to explore very carefully, how we can put policies through social protection that will help to minimize those risks. And why it's so complex? Because this brings non-communicable diseases. And especially in the case of diabetes. This is the level of diabetes relative to an average of the world that these countries are facing, which are significantly over in the case of diabetes. And that's all. So that's basically the situation that we are observing. So just wanted to help and bring some context to the discussion.
Fantastic. Thank you also for the way you presented it. Now, Antonio, Pedro, let's focus on the Sahel situation, because we know that there was a deterioration, not just this year, but it's coming from a very long time. What's your view of what can be done, and how are you at UN moving in that direction?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the views about the Sahel is that the Sahel is a land that is associated with conflicts, with the deterioration of all indicators, but at the same time is a land of opportunity. And this is where we're trying to invest as the UN family in changing the perceptions about the region, in understanding what are those growth drivers that can enable actors to harness all of that opportunity. So let's focus first on the issues, on the challenges. It's an area with some of the highest rates of fertility. So the demographic dynamics are very complex. You will see on average a young woman of 29 or so years old with 7 kids or so. So birth rates are very high, 2.9% or so, above the African average with 2.5. If you project that to 2050, Africa-wise, now we are about 1.3 billion people. By 2050, we are going to be about 2.5 billion people. If we do not invest into enabling that number of people to have better livelihoods, then the social challenge associated with people without livelihoods, access to decent livelihoods are very clear. More conflicts, migration, and so on and so forth. So I was earlier in the ministerial dialogue, and I was very happy with some of the messages that were conveyed. The Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, for example, of Italy, made reference to joint responsibility. Investing in harnessing the potential in the Sahel is about securing sustainable livelihoods, peace and security for the rest of the world, including, of course, up north, because more migration upwards, more social tensions also upward. So what are the opportunities? The Sahel is equally a land with some of the highest levels of solar irradiation in the world. And with solar irradiation, we are talking about the possibilities of deploying solar energy to open up economic opportunities in the Sahel. Some of the countries in the Sahel, let's name Niger and Chad, have very high livestock. Chad has about 100 million heads of cattle. But these heads of cattle that could have potentially be part of very sustainable regional value chains are currently not being explored to the maximum because they can't have access to underground water. Massimo earlier made reference to the case of underground water in the north part of Africa. The same applies to the Sahel. They have very significant aquifers. You can only access it when you have machinery to be able to pump that water. With the deployment of renewable energy, with solar energy, and with advances in technology, now you can store energy in batteries with very, very high levels of 500 megawatts and above. India has, for example, solar plants of 2,000 megawatts or more. And with 2,000 megawatts now, it's not just about small boutique projects. With 2,000 megawatts, 500 megawatts, you can power industries, you can power cities, and with that, you can open up all the opportunities in the Sahel. So those are the kinds of investments that the UN is considering. You have the United Nations Integrated Strategy for the Sahel, which brings together all of the UN entities with a view to addressing some of the challenges that I've enumerated earlier, from the peace and security to development and humanitarian angle, so the nexus narrative. So we as ECA, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, we are more involved into the development pillar. We have produced a think piece, which is Sahel at 2043, which is a sort of a scenario analysis at looking at what are the kinds of investments that need to be made with a view for the Sahel to claim 2043, a land of opportunity. And some of those investments are indeed supporting more capital, human capital development. Human capital development is correlated to potentially better social livelihoods and so on and so forth. So that's what we are doing. We are also supporting countries to formulate their national economic diversification strategies. And this is to diversify from the dependence on the export of raw materials. Many of these countries, I mean, Chad, Niger, and many others, they are raw materials dependent countries. And those countries are exposed to the vagaries of commodity prices, booms and busts, and macroeconomic instability, structural adjustment programs, and restricted fiscal space. You have to open all of those up spaces, and I'm sure my colleague on the side from the World Bank will talk about the importance of macroeconomic stability. We are investing more on the structural issues, long-term issues, productivity, and so on and so forth.
Just in a few words, but how urgent is it, given your knowledge of the situation that was introduced at the general level by FAO, but given your experience on the ground in terms of food security and the threats of a crisis looming?
Yeah, if you do not invest today in addressing those structural problems, it means that some of the things that we are seeing in the Sahel now, I mean, let me pick three countries, Burkina Faso, Mali, and what's the third one, where we've had successive cases of coup d'etats. And coup d'etat basically represents the social compact, the relationship between the governed and the governors is being disrupted. So if we do not invest into addressing those structural issues, creating appetite for good governance, strengthening domestic accountability, it means that you'll have more and more of those situations. And that's instability. Instability means that all of that potential that I've mentioned earlier will not be harnessed. It means more migration, it's been more problems northwards.
Roberta Gatti. Then it takes also economic policies to mitigate this effect and to prevent this to get worse. What do you see at the World Bank?
It does take economic policies, and let me pick up where Dr. Torero and Dr. Pero left it in terms of how the picture is looking like right now. So just a quick recap. High food prices, a sort of loosening up of this increase quite recently now, but still the forecast that food prices will stay high for 2023 and 2024. We all feel it, but the reality is that poor and vulnerable families feel it the most. And so a factoid that stays with me is that 2/3 of consumption of the poor is on food. So clearly, one needs to think about cross-sectorally about the policies for food security, but one that I would like to focus on right now is to increase the impact of social protection. And I'm talking about in humanitarian setup, about in-kind transfers or cash transfers, and in non-humanitarian setup, in development setups, about targeted cash transfers. This is very important because the impact of high food prices and worse nutrition, and Maximo has shown that the sort of double burden of poor nutrition on families, and particularly on children, in terms of undernutrition and stunted, but also of increasing rates of obesity, is something that carries long-term costs. And these long-term costs, they come from impacts that start in utero for a child, carry through the child health, and then translate into productivity in the labor markets. So to try to stave off the immediate impacts of this crisis, social protection systems are fundamental. Targeted protection systems in terms of cash are also the cheapest way to address that problem. So there is a fiscal bonus of expanding social systems of social registries and ways to target rapidly this money to the people who need it to avoid that a temporary crisis translates into permanent costs.
Absolutely. Maximo Torero, we know that there's a direct correlation between food prices and extreme poverty. And I think it was the World Bank that predicted that every 1% of increase in food prices means 10 million people go into extreme poverty globally. And you are managing and facing crisis after crisis after crisis. In the last 15 years, I think it was the third time that prices skyrocketed, and it was a mix of, weather and war. But is price the problem? Is access to food the problem? How do you see it?
So it's completely true what you are saying. So if we look at the crisis in the 70s, we look at the crisis in 2007, 2008, the 2011, and we look at the current crisis and abstract for a second about the bad things of the war. Okay, everybody agrees the war is terrible. But is the same problem happening? Essentially, one key exporting country reduced substantially their exports because of a shock. In this case, the shock is the war, before was weather. And why is this happening? Because every time we have that type of a shock, we will face the same problem on staples, on cereals. And it's because the world is highly concentrated in the exports of cereals. 5 countries in the world control most of the exports of cereals. And in this case was Ukraine and Russian Federation. So if we don't change that and we don't diversify that, we will never get out of it. So tomorrow it could be that there is a drought in Argentina or a huge drought in Brazil. We will have a similar problem of increasing prices and exacerbation of volatility. Now, the correlation with poverty, and in the middle you go through hunger, which is what we measure. We measure food insecurity and undernourishment, chronic undernourishment, and also acute food insecurity, which is more short-term, is huge. But let me give you an example that was kind of shocking and is linked also to the social protection problem. In Latin America, which is a continent that is a bigger supply of cereals in the south part, and also high-value commodities in the coastal countries of South America, Peru, Chile, Colombia are huge suppliers of high-value commodities. When COVID-19 choked, you were expecting them to be more resilient to the situation. And what we observe a significant increase in poverty in all the countries with the exception of Brazil, and a significant increase in hunger to rates that we never expected will happen. And we measure severe food insecurity, which is equivalent to chronic undernourishment. Why Brazil didn't happen? Because of social protection. What Brazil did is they doubled immediately their social protection to the extreme poor, and they moved those people out of poverty. So even in 2021, the number of poor in Brazil reduced, but hunger was increasing. And why was that? Because of the informal sector. The informal sector in all these countries is huge. And with the lockdowns, these people didn't have economic activity. So they were people that were not poor and start to become poor. The other countries of the region didn't respond as Brazil. Poverty also increased, so you saw hunger and poverty increasing. In Brazil, we saw extreme poverty going down and hunger increasing. In 2022, Brazil, both things are going up. So again, the correlation is huge. Now, what to do is the question, how we change, and I think you were raising some of the issues, water efficiency. For us right now, we need to move in parallel. We need to cope with emergency. That's improving the targeting of social protection and the velocity of updating, because nobody managing social protection programs thought of this informal sector and how this informal sector will be moved into poverty. If not, they will have coped with that. The second is to move in parallel in the transformation that you need. And for us, that's gaining efficiencies. We have to gain efficiencies as much as we can. Use technologies the best we can with science-based technologies, information, accelerating the efficiency in the use of soils. Many countries don't have, most of the countries don't have updated soil maps. We need, and we are wasting a lot of fertilizers right now, around 40 to 50%. We need to increase the efficiency in the use of water. And we need to use as much as possible information to target proper interventions that could significantly pay off so that we can move this transformation outside. So there are a lot of things that we need to move very quickly, being careful of sustainability at the same time.
Let me start with one that you just mentioned, how to diversify and reduce the impact of the largest 5 countries that export cereals. It will take also a different approach to agriculture policies and maybe more technology and more advanced approach to agriculture. What do you make of that in your experience?
Yeah, well, just recently, the African Union had an extraordinary summit in Niger, in Niamey, on economic diversification, on sustainable industrialization and economic diversification. There are a couple of key messages that came out of that. First, that industrial policy is not the business of ministers of industry alone. It requires multi-sectoral inputs and interventions beyond the minister of industry. So it means that you have to invest in increasing your productive capabilities, that ministers of education, science, and technology have to step in with a view to ensure that education systems generate outputs that are in line with the market demands and so on and so forth. So, and some of the pathways to achieving Africa's sustainable industrialization and economic diversification included, indeed, investing in the agriculture sector, developing regional value chains. And if I can just go back to what Massimo said earlier, yes, indeed, what COVID-19 and the triple crisis have revealed is how vulnerable Africa is. It's vulnerable because of its dependence on the rest of the world. I mean, during COVID, the world was closed, supply side disruptions. Africa doesn't have productive capabilities. We couldn't produce our own vaccines, and so on and so forth. But during COVID also, something interesting happening, which is the investments that were made with the view to promoting endogenous growth. So this is at the center of the discussions in Niamey during the summit. So, and endogenous growth is based on a couple of pathways. I've indicated, for example, the developing regional agricultural value chains. Different agroecological zones have been identified, which are taking into consideration the climatic conditions. For example, in the north, and we were talking about the Sahel before, that's a region where we need to invest more into science, technology, innovation with climate-smart agriculture, with the view to ensuring that we have seeds that are more resistant to the climate pressure and changes in temperature and so on and so forth. So this is what is happening on the continent. We have center staged the importance of industrial policy, in a sense lato, which require addressing our major shortcomings, infrastructure. Africa is 54, 55 countries, depending on how you count it, and all of them are not linked. Then we have a series of barriers, tariff and non-tariff barriers, and this is where the African Continental Free Trade Area, which was recently adopted, becomes important. The African Continental Free Trade Area is about removing non-tariff barriers, promoting trade across different regions on the continent without all of those barriers. Africa's intra-African trade is about 16%. Other regions, Europe, is about 60%. In some regions in Africa, it's only 3%. It means that the countries don't have the complementarity between countries, very, very small. The European Union, most of the trade is really between the European countries. So those are the structural problems that really we need to address in the context of Africa. This requires also massive investments into understanding what is it that constitutes the national value proposition of each country, what differentiates one country from another. Earlier, Massimo, you made reference to the importance of a well-targeted investment. Part of that is about the profiling, to understand where and how you should invest. It's the quality of the conversations. Most of our productive sector is dominated by the informal sector. Our governments are more preoccupied into creating the so-called enabling environment for foreign direct investment. The conversations now, can they equally spend time into creating an enabling environment for domestic investors, including the small and medium-scale enterprises? Without that, we will have more social disruptions because the small and medium-scale sector is the one that is ignored. It means doesn't benefit from the opportunities that exist in the market. More people going poor. During the last crisis, 55 million more people in Africa became poor. It means more tension, more confusion, more migration, and so on.
Well, Roberta Gatti, some of these challenges comes from a very long time, so a very complex challenge. But with the role that the World Bank can play in this, what's your approach to help accelerating the response, especially to vulnerability to these crises that we know comes more and more often?
Thank you. This is a great question, but a tough one. So let me pick up on where Dr. Pedro left it, which is the importance of an enabling environment for growth. Growth comes from different sources. More people who work, more investment in infrastructure and in investment goods, more ideas, but things don't work so well if institutions don't work well. So if I reflect on my region, which is the Middle East and North Africa, I think the number one priority to move towards this sustainable path of growth is really to invest in governance and better institutions, more transparency, better investment in data, better way to sort of measure what works and what doesn't, and more aligned incentive to be able to course correct when needed. Now, this is a big picture story that I think applies to countries in different ways because their conditions are very different, but also applies on what we think about food security. Something that I think came across very clearly is that
And that's why we need to move in parallel with not only mitigation, but also adaptation and trying to find ways in which we can produce more with less. And that could mean efficiencies. A lot of efficiencies gain can be obtained. I give the example of soils. 47, we are doing blendings which are standardized when the soils and the plant that I'm growing need something different. Food loss and waste in terms of food. We have 30% of food loss and waste, 14% of losses, 17% of waste. We know that's a triple win. We know that it will give more availability of food, better cost for healthy diets. We know it will give better use of our natural resources and environment, and we know it will reduce emissions. So on the waste side, policy actions, very simple. On the consumer side, we have to change behavior, more complex. And on the losses side, we need to find solutions quickly. And there are not too many right now. We always focus on post-harvest and focus on storage. That's wrong. Most of the losses are pre-harvest. So we need to find ways of looking at the whole value chain. So again, we need to be efficient, but there are wins, there are options, there are good solutions that we can implement. But for that, we need coordination also. The international organizations, the IFIs need to coordinate to act properly in a coordinated way.
Antonio, Pedro, the correlation between food and climate was discussed also at COP27. You were there. Are you kind of happy with the progress that has been made, or there was no progress? What do you feel?
Well, thank you very much. So I want to link climate change with these dialogues, the MED dialogues, and the point that I made earlier about this being a joint responsibility. So happy to see that loss and damages has been settled somehow. Let's see and what's going to happen next. But there are many, many opportunities out there for Europe and Africa to have a win-win deals in addressing climate action. Let's look at the green hydrogen agenda, which of course is key for Europe to achieve its net zero targets, the Green Deal, and so on and so forth. And Africa has the endowments to achieve that. I think we are looking at a pact that this green hydrogen agenda is designed in a manner that also contributes to creating jobs on the continent. So improving more local content. Let's also look at the decarbonization of production systems, the electrification of transport systems, where in this case, of course, Africa has some of the highest endowments in terms of battery minerals, from cobalt, let's pick DRC, 70%, which are critical also for Europe to achieve its own Green Deal metrics. Here, it's about looking at the entire value chain and seeing which segments of the battery and electric vehicles value chain can be localized in Africa, from the places where the minerals are to the locations which are closer to Europe, like, for example, the Mediterranean area. And with that, for example, we'll be enabling countries to be moved from a value chain that is about $11 billion a year, which is the mining, to one which is $271 billion a year, which is battery precursors, to the electric vehicles, which is $7.7 trillion by 2025, or $46 trillion by 2050. So if we can have a conversation between these parts of the world in achieving a deal that takes into
that would be the key.
That will be key.
All right.
We are developing. The last is carbon credit markets. Carbon credit markets is really about again making conservation something that is much easier to digest for local communities, where conservation is translated in more livelihoods. In February next year, we are organizing an Africa Business Forum on developing carbon credit markets in Africa. At $120 a ton of CO2 sequestrated, we can generate $82 billion in Africa per annum, much more than the resource. So it's about going beyond resource extractivism by recognizing the value of natural capital in generating new livelihoods.
Thank you for that, Antonio.
So that's what we want to do.
Roberta Gatti, your takeaway.
It's a two-way street. climate change is really affecting agriculture. If you think about a country like Morocco, it was growing at 7% last year, and because of a drought, this year is growing at 1%. At the same time, if you think globally, agriculture is also a contributor to climate change. Up to 30% of greenhouse emissions are due to agriculture, and Maximo already spoke about the quantity, extraordinary quantity, about 30% of food waste. So people talk about climate smart agriculture, and the 50 seconds that are left do not allow me to detail what that would be, but that's exactly that triple win: more efficiency, more resilience for the future to this uncertainty and variability that we see out there, and also lower contribution to greenhouse emissions.
All right, Roberta Gatti, Antonio Pedro, and Maximo Torero, thank you so much for the terrific discussion. Thanks a lot. And I lead to the next session at MED. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as we start with a special dialogue with the Commissioner Gentiloni right away. So please remain seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat as we start the special dialogue right now. Please remain seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We start the special dialogue right now. Take your seat. Thank you. Right now, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here this afternoon for one of the last sessions of this conference. And we have here with us this afternoon Paolo Gentiloni. He is the European Union Economic Commissioner and is going to be interviewed not only by me, by two people. So lucky us, Abda Abdel Latif. She is the Executive Director and Director of Research of the Egyptian Center for Economic Studies. And we have a lot of issues when we think about European economy, what is happening now, and the interactions that we have in the Mediterranean, especially with North Africa. But there is, so we're going to discuss energy inflation, what is happening to growth, the growth model. But there is one topic that definitely stands out, in particular in the news. Right, Abla?
Yes, absolutely. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and Excellency, it's a pleasure and honor to be here for this discussion. Okay. Being Egyptian myself, and given the fact that COP27 has just ended a couple of weeks ago, energy is definitely one of the key issues that need to be talked about, energy and the green transition. Obviously, Europe has been facing very high energy prices. It has just recovered from the COVID, and there came the war, and you have very high energy prices, and European countries have taken strong measures to try and mitigate the effect of those high prices, like putting the caps on oil prices, among other things. One of the things that you have done also is use more of the fossil fuels. Okay? And actually, my question is generally about how you see the policies that were adopted, but with a lot of focus on this issue of using fossil fuels, because this seems to have lots of plus and minuses. Okay? The plus of finding a solution to the present problem, but at the same time, it's sort of crowding out the investments in the renewables, even within the European countries. At the same time, it seems to stand in a bit of contrast from the commitments and the dates for reaching the net zero, okay? And also going back to the fossil fuel stands also in a bit of contrast to what is imposed on Africa in general, not to use their own fossil fuels. So how do you see the impact on the MENA region, on the South Mediterranean, and on Africa on this issue?
Well, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here in the ISPI 8th conference. Well, my view is that it's interesting, Dr. Abba, your question, because normally we are asked on this issue with a different point of view and even opposite point of view. And we are asked, I mean the European Commission, but why are you insisting in the green transition, in the green targets, in your ambition on the climate transition in such a hard time? Why are not you waiting? Why are not you triggering a pause button on the transition? Why are you keeping this ambitious target of reducing 55% of your emission in 2030? And our answer is that we have to go through this difficult moment where we are, of course, diversifying our supply of energy. We reduced enormously the dependence from the Russian gas. It was 40% of our gas import. It is now around 7%. And of course, we diversified this mostly through stronger relation with countries of the Mediterranean, by the way, from Algeria to Qatar to Egypt also. This diversification is going on, but I can assure you that if there are some member states that are using indeed more coal to address this emergency, this is completely temporary, that overall we are quite strong in our commitment to go on reducing emission. And I'm sure that the fact that the EU is in a leading role in the green transition will be very useful for other players in the world and will be useful also for our economy. I am not sharing the idea that this is only damaging the European economy. Of course, it's challenging. Of course, as when the cars were introduced or the computers were introduced, we are facing a historical change in all our economic models. But overall, we can also, I think, have the advantages of the first movers from this point of view. So crystal clear from my view that the EU is not downsizing or undermining its objective. The transition is there, and I'm very happy that, for example, exactly during the Sharm el-Sheikh conference, we were signing as EU an agreement on renewables with Egypt. So we have, of course, gas initiatives in Egypt, but we have also an agreement on renewables, because we know that for Africa in general, North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa, renewables will be the future, and we have to work on this. So if there are counter tendencies, they are absolutely related to some member states and very, very temporary.
Okay. The discussion on energy is particularly interesting because it's tightly linked with growth. And we know that there is no future without growth, right? But it's very hard to foster economic growth without affordable energy. And at the moment, the European Union has spent around 600 billion euros just to shield families, businesses from soaring energy prices. And we know this is a consequence of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and just in general, the changes in the economic global balances. So when we look at growth, there has also been a shift in approach. Historically, the European Union has been particularly open-minded, backing free trade, but this has changed a bit. Now there is an interest and growing push to defend strategic autonomy and also sometimes to protect your own garden. So how do you see this balancing act paying out in the next months and years? And also, what is the model that can be sustainable, you think?
Well, indeed, as you said, we are spending money to support households and business to address these high energy prices. This is inevitable. What we would like as European Commission is that these measures are designed in a targeted way, because of course, more vulnerable households and more energy-intensive businesses are the one affected. We are no more in a sort of pandemic situation where you need to have a universal support for everyone, for each business, for the risk of massive unemployment, et cetera, et cetera. We have a very strange labor market with the record lower unemployment rates coexisting with the fact that we tend to have in some countries some tendency of crisis of employment. So support shield, as you said, is inevitable. We would like to qualify it in a more targeted way, and we are asking this to member states. The balance you were rightly mentioning is typically in a Brussels claim that we have now. We are working for an open strategic autonomy. So
which is, it's a tricky sentence, isn't it?
It could appear like an oxymoron, but it is the European Union, which is not an oxymoron. So open strategic autonomy means that, of course, in this crisis, we have to learn the lesson. And the lesson is that we need more secure supply chains. But the lesson is not that globalization is over. The lesson is not that we should privilege what is called the so-called friendshoring, so having trade relations only among like-minded. I think that the European Union should and will continue to be a model of economy based on competition inside the Union and on open trade, with two big differences, and this is the strategic autonomy. The open is that we will continue to be based on a competition model and to work for trading relation all over the world, and especially, of course, in the area of the Mediterranean, not only because we are here, but because it's in the interest of the Union. Strategic autonomy means two things. First, as I said before, we need to secure our supply chains. Because the dependency that we suffered from Russian fossil fuels is a dependency that could be repeated in other strategic sectors. So we have to address in a preventive way this kind of risk. The second part of strategic autonomy is that we have to develop in some sectors a industrial advanced leadership of the Union, which happened in some very limited sectors for example, in aviation, in the recent decades. But we have to admit the fact that for a long time, the competition-based model was, in a certain sense, refraining for having, I wouldn't say an industrial policy, but strategic businesses. For example, to mention something that I lived directly in another role, I remember very well the difficulty that we had when we were discussing the possibility to support a Franco-Italian company working on semiconductors. And the difficulty was that the idea entrenched in our competition-based model was, okay, but you will build a dominant company on the semiconductor sector with this Franco-Italian company. Now we are looking for companies making big investments.
There is also quite some competition on, like, among European Union countries to attract investments for that. So absolutely, it's going to be clearly a delicate balance for the EU, for Brussels, as you say, striking the support and the competition among member states.
We have to increase, I think, joint projects in some sectors, especially in the sectors of the future. We were mentioning semiconductors. We could mention the green hydrogen or other sectors where we need to work together and to have the awareness of the fact that the EU cannot be only a queen of regulation. You need also to be leading in some of the strategic sectors. And this is not at all in contradiction with keeping our openness on trade. We discussed a lot during the IMF meetings in October about this global discussion, what is the future of globalization? I completely disagree with those saying that globalization is over. I think that globalization will change in the coming years with the concern of security of supply chain, combining with keeping high level of trade and of globalization. In any case, this will be the European Union attitude.
About globalization and the fact that it is seen differently, just as you mentioned, and the nearshoring and the friendly shoring and the strategic autonomy, all those nice new terms, which have actually very delicate meanings. Okay, how does this translate into the dialogue between the EU and the south of the Mediterranean and North Africa, and actually even the rest of Africa in platforms like this one? You are the architect of the Med, and this year is the 8th anniversary of the Med that we are having the pleasure of attending. And the Med allowed for dialogues, for talks, for discussions. What do you see in the nature of those discussions, especially given that all the new issues there is a bright side and there's a dark side, okay? When you talk about the rest of the world, okay, including even what we were talking about again, if we talk about the energy, the climate, the growth, and if we talk about again the fossil fuels again, does this mean we're going to relax things? Europe is going to allow things to relax a little bit for Europe? I mean, the dialogue is going to be different, or the topics around it are going to be different. How do you see the dialogue following the war, given the conditions, which are actually tough? Even without the war, they were tough. The war simply made it worse, but they are tough. So how do you see this?
Yes, of course, the war, the Russian invasion changed the picture. And we know that it was the second black swan in a couple of years. So we were already coming from a deep crisis. And the impact of the war, especially on energy prices and inflation, was huge. And of course, we measure this impact here in Europe from our point of view, which is what we were talking about, how to shield households and business from high energy prices. But we should be aware of the fact that at global level, the impact is even stronger and bigger, because the appreciation of the dollar is, of course, weakening low-income countries and even several emerging countries with high level of debt. And this is fragilizing the economies. I think the IMF had never seen such a pressure from different countries asking for programs, for support. So what should the EU in this framework work on? I think I would mention only two things. First, have clear the vision, the perspective. And the perspective is, if you look to geography and to demography, it's that in this area, Europe, the Mediterranean, Africa, the Gulf, we are in the same challenge. And this will be in the coming 10, 20 years, an area of the world with billions of people living and with extraordinary potentiality of development. And for Europe, an aging society in several cases, the relation with the Mediterranean and with Africa is the future. Second point is that if you have this vision, you should address the emergencies, so food security, energy. We had on Monday a meeting, college to college, the EU and the African Union. We discussed on fertilizers, a task force on fertilizers. We discussed on vaccines. We are working together to build 4 facilities for mRNA vaccines in 4 African countries. Just thinking to the fact that 99% of medical equipment in Africa are imported. Okay. Only 1% is made in Africa. So we have to build capacity in the emergency, but more strategically, we have to invest and to do so also being perceived as the European Union, not as each and every member states doing this in its own.
That's extremely important to be seen.
We labeled we make a lot of labels in Brussels, but we call now this Team Europe, which is the European Union plus the different member states. And if you look to this Team Europe, almost in every African country, this is the main trade partner, Team Europe. But then we know that Team Europe is not always a very solid team. No, there are differences, etc. So we have to invest as a union, again, to looking also to strategic investments. Because Africa and Northern Africa are looking for their future, not only to the emergency.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I found very interesting in this meeting with the African Union, the joint project to have submarine cables with connectivity, ensuring connectivity both from the western and from the eastern part of the Mediterranean towards Europe. These kind of projects are the one decisive to ensure development in Africa. And then, of course, renewables, small and medium enterprises, women empowerment. We know the receipts of the African future, but we have to work on this as a team, we, the Europeans, because we are not always perceived as a team.
Yes, this is true, and Africa does need all the support. Just a quick follow-up question before we move on to another topic. The entire global South, okay, is looking at the situation, whether we're talking climate problem, whether we're talking issues related to COVID, and so on, as being problems related to the weak voting voice of the global South. And so there are suggestions and calls for having a new Bretton Woods agreement, a new Marshall Plan, just like the one that existed, one that respects more the balance of power that exists in the world. How do you see this? What do you think of that suggestion? Because within the present framework, things are not going very far. Even the countries that are active in supporting the others, okay, they are not.
Yeah. I think this is what normally should happen when big crises happen. No? You were referring to Bretton Woods, and Bretton Woods was conceived by Keynes and others during the war, and to build a framework for after the war. And this is something that I think is quite necessary, not only to rebuild Ukraine when the war will be over, but for the global perspective. And this would take us to very different and long issues, starting from the future of the WTO, the role of the
IMF and the World Bank,
the euro single currency, the potentiality of new regional development banks. I think we have a set of dimensions, but the overall picture is we are No, not we are. Are we going towards a more multipolar world? In this multipolar world, of course, Africa and Europe will play a decisive role. So we need these two players to be in their different role, very strong, more united, and stronger than they are until now.
We don't have much time, but we started this conversation with talking about the main big topic that is what we have in mind when we talk about energy right now, which is when we talk about economy now, which is energy. Now let's close with the second big theme, which is inflation. So those are the two key words, and I guess you spend most of your time in Brussels and in other conversations discussing how to tackle energy and inflation and them combined. If you try to think 1 year and 10 years down the road, do you think those two themes will still be the key of the discussions and the interest and the activity of Europe, European Union member states, and also when we think more globally about the interaction with Africa? Or do you think there are other threats, other themes that are slowly brewing and will become more crucial?
Well, I'm not under-evaluating inflation. Of course, inflation is there. Maybe we are peaking, and it will slowly go down, very slowly, I think, next year, and then a little bit faster in 2024. But if I should mention what is the main challenge ahead of us, I would say I think monetary policy will be able to manage inflation. Our fiscal policy should avoid to undermine monetary policy choices. So caution in public expenditure is crucial in this moment, especially in countries with high debt. But I think we can manage this situation. The real challenge is the historical transformation that our economies are facing for the green transition, for the digital revolution. And all this will change the mindset of policymakers, will need to change the skills of workers, and need a mountain of investments. Private investments, of course, mainly, but also fiscal space for public investment. So this is the real challenge, because everything from how we move, how we eat, how we consume, how we produce, will be transformed by this climate transition and this digital revolution. The sooner we are aware of this challenge, the better.
Well, we definitely are a bit more today after discussing that. Commissioner, thanks so much for surviving the double interview from me and Abdelatif.
We require hours of talking with you on all this thing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly invited to leave this room, and the closing ceremony will start in 15 minutes. So please leave the room. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly invited to leave the room now. Thank you very much. It was quick. Perfect on time. Yes, thank you.
Sì, buongiorno, mi sente? Mi sentite?
Sì, confermo, vi sentiamo. Ci sentite?
Sì, vi sentiamo.
Sono inglese, sono interprete inglese, confermo che vi sento.
Ok. Noi abbiamo assegnato due,
Sì,
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 quindi a
perfetto.
posto, ottimo. Adesso
Perfetto.
mi sposto nell'altro canale, grazie intanto.
Grazie a lei.
Per vedere se ci sentite. Francese. Perfetto, grazie. Buongiorno, canale arabo, se sentite. Grazie, perfetto. E canale italiano, se ci sentite. Sì, perfetto, ottimo. Grazie mille. Qui la sessione inizia alle 16, adesso magari vado in audio complessivo. Grazie, arrivederci.
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We kindly invite you to take your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat as we start the closing ceremony in a couple of minutes. So please take your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat as the closing ceremony is about to start. So take your seat now, please. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly remind you to remain seated also when President Meloni leaves the room. Thank you very much.
Honorable Prime Minister, ministers, authorities, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, President, for honoring us with your presence to conclude the works of the 8th edition of MED Dialogue. It's a very important event which promotes collaboration between ISPI, Minister of Foreign Affairs. As you may know, I have spent life in this institution. I would like to remark 3 points and a draft agenda. First, the first point is what we tried to do in this period. First, we tried to identify a method which is combining together, putting together and sharing an agenda useful for institutions, economic environments, and especially the social, the civil society. Even when it comes to weathering the storms, safety, economy, socio-cultural aspects, and migration aspects have all been put together. And this because, in the second aspect, we tried to provide governments with a tool to develop their own policies on stronger foundations. Foundations able to consolidate with a bottom-up approach, reaching the political top management. However, the real soul of our work was to try and suggest and advise the adoption of a new paradigm for the Mediterranean area and all the borders. The paradigm is that countries are, of course, protagonists with the governments of all around the world, but we cannot ignore that the real protagonists today are nations with their own diversities, their civil societies, their populations, and their cultures. And this is the first point. The second point is understanding what we have learned. Unfortunately, we have seen that there is a quite region that is afraid of being left alone with the focus of the world anywhere else. For example, the war in Ukraine, the transatlantic relations, United States perceived as a very far country, the Pacific area, Europe, which is barely able to engage in this scenario and to find a common approach. And then a fear expressed by the Mediterranean region to be exploited in its own resources, with its crisis exploited by parties external to the region to fight against each other, this so-called weaponization. And this translates and gives us a picture of a Mediterranean area in which we try to find solutions that are only local. And of course, this does not represent a progression. And then we saw an extended Mediterranean area. I was referring to many borders and shores of the Mediterranean Sea. And of course, and this is the second point, is not in the European interest, for sure. It's not in our national interest. Then there is also a third point, the point which is the one we have seen during these debates. So the important and powerful speeches by the ministers, by the presidents of Niger, Mauritania, the different panels, in different panels. And this is, we have understood that there are spaces to take a leap that needs to be as structural as possible. This leap, this structural leap, has been defined by different parties, is also an example we need to follow. Even Europe, especially when dealing with the pandemic, managed to find resources to take step forward with Next Generation EU, for example. A structural leap, space, hope, and possibilities. And as emerged in our works, is not just optimism of will. So what's the next agenda around which we can try and take this leap? Well, first and foremost, we received a suggestion on what's the best method can be. For example, starting and leveraging, starting from common interests, thus leveraging the common interests, because conveniences and common interests are the most solid foundations to build our future in this positive agenda. And we can say that we have underlined 8 points. Let me briefly describe them. First, promoting the stabilization of crisis. Second, trying to define as a major challenge by working together, so defining the conditions to regulate legal migration flows. Third, solve famine, because the real threat of splitting the world in half between those who can afford and those who can't is quite probable. Fourth, to develop the energy potential, whether it is renewable energies or fossil fuels, because even in this scenario, we have listened to a strong call not to be excluded from the energy transition. And this is an ambition shared by all the Mediterranean countries. Then trying and create infrastructure and entrepreneurial opportunities to stabilize territories. So to unify local and global realities. This has been another element that has been strongly emphasized. Investing in youth and gender equality. It seems to be granted, but this is not the case, and we have to work hard on that. Lastly, cultural and interreligious dialogue to be promoted. As I was saying at the beginning, we are concerned as we see that dialogues and talks do not translate into actions, and we give different meanings to these issues. And of course, it needs to be solved. And then an extension of geopolitical and geoeconomic context. We can't overlook the sub-Saharan Africa. The concept of extension, the concept of integrated Mediterranean must be able to encompass an area which keeps on increasing towards the south. Of course, nobody can think these problems to be solved immediately. However, even starting with the identification of the themes and the problems is a step forward. These would be extremely important step forward. And allow me to say that these embodies a challenging goal, which is making the Mediterranean area an increasingly important partner of the international relations, no longer as an object. Because when we deal with objects, we deal with random opportunities, the use, the exploitation, the creation of empty spaces, and void areas sooner or later will be filled in. And sometimes projects can be different. In conclusion, Mrs. President, this is what we are offering today. I always say that it's easy to be the president of ISPI, thanks to the quality of people making up ISPI and those who support ISPI. Their presence allow me to work effectively, and at the same time allow me to address. I would like to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs for their fruitful cooperation. Obviously, concrete actions can be promoted thanks to the political initiatives of the governments and diplomacy. Yet institutions like this one, like ISPI, are useful to strengthen the range of options we can count on and try to shake our minds and try to combine people and efforts together around the table using the method I described before. Thank you again, President. And I would love to give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you.
Signor Presidente del Consiglio, cara Giorgia, grazie per aver
President of the Council of Minister Giorgia Meloni, thank you for accepting the invitation of ISPI and Minister of Foreign Affairs to conclude these days. I would like to send my greetings to all guests, honorable ministers with which we have discussed in these days to deal with common issues and interests. Italy wants to become a protagonist in the Mediterranean area, a protagonist in terms of dialogue, in terms of sharing of ideas, as we are fully able to provide our partners with an agricultural industrial sector with a very high profile. Our know-how is fully available to our partners. In the many meetings we have had, I tried to explain our friends coming from Mediterranean countries that we have an Italy willing to cooperate, and we look at Africa not from the perspective of Europe, but from the perspective of Africa, trying to understand their needs and trying to work together, build together a new path for the future, which can allow Italy to be a positive protagonist of an inclusive growth and the stabilization of the whole area. The fight against terrorism, we don't have to underestimate the implicit risks. We have spoken about it a lot. The president of Niger reiterated this aspect, as well as the reasons and the way terrorists recruit to their ranks people. We have also spoken about the major problems regarding drought. And at the same time, we identified positive and potential solutions. Science, research, experience gained by Italian companies in the agricultural sector too will be fully available to our partners. We would like to organize, and as a ministry, some missions to promote growth and trade, and to provide our friends with everything we have tested and used. So we can build together joint ventures. We can work together to pave common paths, because we are truly convinced that lacking a growth-oriented policy, we will struggle to solve problems like illegal migration. Therefore, we need to cooperate. Everyone, we have spoken about with the Minister of Lebanon, we see migration flows coming from everywhere, and this means that we need to cooperate together. When we Italians spoke about the migration issue in Europe, we didn't want to criticize anything. We just put on the table a problem which is Italian, of course, as it concerns the Mediterranean, but it also concerns the Balkan area, Lebanon, Jordan, Libya, and therefore all North African countries. It's a comprehensive problem that needs to be addressed together. This is the reason why I believe these days to have been very fruitful, as we haven't just spoken. At the same time, while speaking, we found agreements to work together, to be able to plan together. Political, economic, industrial processes in agriculture. We devised some ideas by inviting the representatives of our agricultural institutions so as to allow them to explain with the representative of FAO what they can do, what we can do. Well, for example, by using assisted innovation technology, we can use these technologies to build a more resilient agriculture, able to withstand droughts, even without using chemicals. These are assisted evolution technology, have nothing to do with GMOs, of course. We really explain that aspect. These are scientific patterns, result of a strong research, which can actually lead to find a positive solution. We want to do so by working together. Italy has a strong tradition of dialogue and talks. Our history has strong roots in the Mediterranean area. We want to remain European, we want to be the protagonist, but we also want to be positive protagonists across the Mediterranean area. We want to be protagonists in Africa as well, because we can count on a strong know-how and the ability to talk, which is not something to be taken for granted. I found remarkable gratitude by many speakers for the presence of our armed forces in Lebanon, which protect the stability in Niger as well. There is a strong and constant presence of armed forces in Iraq. Everywhere Italy is present, this presence represents a peaceful tool which promotes growth. So these days have been extremely useful to allow us to make some step forwards. Mr. Massolo has outlined some issues we can discuss on, but everything represents not a starting point, yet a first step achieved, where Italy will play its role, will do its part with its own ideas. I can think about the Balkan regions where we are working to bear and promote peace and to let the European feeling grow there, in that part of Europe which does not belong to the European Union. So I'm talking about an Italy which intends to strengthen old friendships with all of you. An Italy which recognizes the importance of restoring the Mediterranean, the role of protagonist of the Mediterranean Sea. We have reiterated these ideas in many occasions, including G7 and the meeting with NATO. I agree with Mr. Massolo when he says that the Mediterranean Sea, the Mediterranean area cannot be left as a non-priority of the international political agenda. The stability of the Mediterranean area is crucial for many things. Peace depends on stability. The fight against terrorism depends on the stability of the Mediterranean area. The solution to migration strongly depends on what we can do together in this area. This is an Italy which intends to cooperate, a positive Italy which is capable of acting as a protagonist in building a new season. The new government, Mrs. Meloni will outline the main guidelines, but the new government is strongly committed to do more. This is why I would like to thank you all, the diplomats, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, what they're doing in full awareness that they will all be called upon to make even more on the 21st and the 22nd December. There will be a meeting of all the ambassadors in Italy. We will also speak about Africa, and today's meetings will be useful to enrich and feed the guidelines we will provide our ambassadors with, because so as to allow Italy to become a real protagonist in international arena, promoter of peace and promoter of stability and justice. President of the Council of Ministers, I will leave you the floor. Thank you for accepting our invitation.
Buonasera a tutti, desidero...
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the ministers, the authorities, and the many international guests who have joined us today. At the same time, I would like to thank Mr. Tajani, Mr. Ciriani and Massolo for their hospitality, for organizing this event. And I was compelled to join you. I will try to explain why. Of course, I feel compelled to start off by congratulating with the ISPI and the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the topics chosen for this edition of Med Dialogues. This is the 8th edition. So we have granted a continuity which proves how Italy is committed to promote dialogue, and a reflection that, as the fil rouge proves, always focuses on 3 main concepts: interdependence, resilience, cooperation. Let me start off by referring to the words spoken by Minister Tajani. Italy is strongly committed with this government to strengthening its role in the Mediterranean area. We are fully aware of the fact that only by creating a space for prosperity that needs to be shared shall we will be able to effectively face the unprecedented challenges awaiting us, health and climate change, for example. Italy has always been the promoter of an inclusive approach, an approach based on collaboration when facing these challenges. This is why we accepted the adoption of a new agenda for the Mediterranean area, which, in our opinion, can relaunch the partnership by fostering a fairer and more sustainable recovery, which is more attentive to people's needs. But at the same time, we need to be honest and admit that Italy has been the promoter of this strategy, as proven by this conference. As we were saying, this is not a random event. It's an important piece of a puzzle of a very complex strategy, which represents the Italian approach towards a positive role in the Mediterranean area. We want to contribute to strengthen the regional cooperation mechanisms and to mobilize the commitment of our partners towards an area which is crucial not only for Italian interests, but for the common strategic interests. Interacting on Mediterranean challenges is a great opportunity to share ideas, which is precious and undeniable. Having the opportunity to organize this in Rome, where Europe, Asia, and Africa meet, it's something that makes us proud, and it's also something that proves our responsibility. This is why I truly appreciate it to be here. We are aware that a robust geopolitical dialogue can consolidate only if full aware of our cultural identities, our value identities. We need to recognize that our prosperity is impossible if we fail to ensure those of our neighbors. This is why, when the new government took office, I spoke about the need for Italy to become a promoter of a real plan for Africa, which means a virtuous model promoting collaboration, a model also promoting growth of Europe and African nations, a method that, inspired by Enrico Mattei, becomes collaborative and respectful for the mutual interests, based on a development able to valorize identities and potentials of everyone. I strongly appreciated the words spoken by Mr. Massolo. He was talking about nations as subject and not object of cooperations. I fully agree with him. And this is an approach we are proud of. And an approach on which we can represent a steering nation. This is what the government intends to do, because an approach of this kind would also allow effectively tackling the Islamic extremists, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa, because these dialogues have underlined many issues, yet simultaneously some surprising opportunities. You know, the crisis is a challenge, but when we're dealing with challenges, we can put to test our ability to withstand. Mr. Mattei used to say that we have to see opportunities where other people fail to see them. So if climate change causes desertification, drought, impoverishment, and lack of stabilization. On the other hand, it gives opportunities offered by territories which are rich in water and which needs to be fitted with technologies which allow them to, of course, use that water as underlined by the president of Niger. We have to be able all together to take up these challenges and understand that the more the challenge becomes difficult and the more our approach will have to raise the bar. And this is why dialogues of this kind are extremely crucial. We have many challenges ahead of us. One of the most important ones dealt with by these dialogues is immigration, which remains a structural phenomenon, a global phenomenon, whose dynamics in the Mediterranean Sea originate from the Sahel, for example, where the military and diplomatic collaboration with our partners have increased significantly. And let me take this opportunity to thank the presidents from the Republic of Mauritania and Niger for their presence, which have profoundly enriched this meeting with their participation. The Mediterranean area needs to be perceived as a community where identities can meet, and not, as it has recently happened, a place of death caused by human traffickers. So we need more Europe, especially in the south. Italy, as Italy has claimed during the last period, because if left alone, we cannot manage a migration flow. Europe is urged to build a multilateral action framework based on regular migration flows, on an effective prevention system, a measure which tackles irregular flows, and an action which has to provide for an important piece of the puzzle, which is being supported by Europe when repatriating, with thousands of migrants. Italy is bearing many difficulties when managing borders, when dealing with this plague. Recently, for the very first time, the route of the central Mediterranean Sea has been considered as a priority in a document of the European Union. And this is a victory for us, an unprecedented event. Probably this wouldn't have been possible if Italy hadn't posed to the table two issues: the respect for international legality and the need of tackling migration at a structural level. When facing a global phenomenon which involves both transit countries and destination countries, we need a real commitment by everyone, a common and shared commitment. The European countries on one hand, and the southern Mediterranean countries on the other. This is why we strongly ask the European Unions to relaunch the agenda of commitments made long time ago by promoting a migration cooperation with our partners, which must be increasingly involved and more involved in prevention activities and in the fight against human smuggling. We are witnessing the creation, the rising of the rise of new alliances and new conflicts. We want to promote an active dialogue with all the Mediterranean countries, being frank and being structured, both on a bilateral level and at a European Union level and at a NATO level. The Russian aggression against Ukraine, aside from the loss of life and economic consequences, represent a watershed, and it clarifies that if we want to speak about security today, if we want to build security today, we have to resort to an extended understanding of the concept of security, which embodies political solutions, institutional consolidation, civil rebuilding, yet it also involves and embodies actions to preserve the human dimension, the cultural and environmental and energy and food dimension. We don't speak about human security randomly, which means protecting our community from extremist attacks. It means protecting the territory against climate change, but it also means a third aspect which has been underestimated in the past, namely the protection of cultural heritage. Italy is in the front line in the protection of the legacy left by the previous generations, without which we can ensure prosperity for future generations. And this especially applies to the extended Mediterranean area. As Paul Valéry used to write, nowhere in the world could we observe in such a small area, in such a limited time frame, spirits and production of prosperity. Security unites us, because security represents the enabling factor, a requirement for economic and social development of all nations. The promotion and protection of human rights, the consolidation of democratic institutions, everything starts from here. And this awareness and Italy is inspired by this when promoting stability in the Mediterranean area. Yes, these are national interests, but these are also European interests, which define the strategic importance of our foreign policy. The long-lasting stabilization of Libya, for sure, represents one of the most urgent priorities in terms of national security and foreign policy, especially aware of the fact that a long-lasting instability in Libya can also have repercussion in terms of migration flows, in terms of energy supply everywhere in Europe. And from this moment on, we are strongly committed to renewing our invitation to the political world to provide countries with solid institutions. Only by doing so shall we withdraw our troops. Only a specific process with the supervision of the United Nations can lead to a long-lasting solution of the crisis in Libya. Italy keeps on supporting the need of a closer collaboration between the countries of Maghreb to set development conditions and stability conditions. We need to overcome as soon as possible the current state of emergency in Tunisia, identifying a shared political path which can allow the restoration of the main role of the institutions, starting from the parliament, the management of economic and social priorities. Italy has been and remains remains supportive to Tunisia. We strongly support the agreement for maritime delimitation, which proves that the exploitation of energy resources must be a stepping stone to growth for the entire region. We are attentive to the standardization of relations between Israel and the Arab world, as well as the need to internationalize the process of peace to reach a solution that is viable, fair, and negotiated between the parties. After many years of polarization, we are now seeing different initiatives for cooperation in the Gulf. And our commitment in Iraq remains crucial, where we are contributing to the effort of the expansion of NATO missions. We act in full compliance with the Iraqi sovereignty. One of the main objectives of the Italian action in the Euro-Mediterranean area is the evolution of a southern dimension of European policy by transforming it into a real Mediterranean partnership, which is not limited to managing crisis, not limited to handling bilateral relations between the EU and the southern countries. Italy is and can be much more than this, can be a bridge, a natural energy bridge between the Mediterranean and Europe. This is one of the most relevant strategic challenges that this government is willing to accept and on which we are working a lot by virtue of a strategical position that we have, thanks to the infrastructure and orientation towards cooperation and the remarkable contribution given by the businesses. We can boast a very rich diversification in terms of routes, pipelines, and in terms of sources, which is a factor that more than ever has become a crucial factor for Commonwealth, for their energy resilience, and for the development of closer and closer relationships. Our strategic partnerships with Algeria has allowed us these months to promptly act to reduce our interdependence from the Russian gas. The Mediterranean area represents the backbone of the energy security. It generates approximately 45% of the import of natural gas today, almost 60% if we consider the top-channeled provisions. We have great potential in the area, and the contribution given by Italy in Europe is extremely important, not only when it comes to natural gas, but also if we consider the development and the exchange of new sustainable energies, which are convenient and accessible by anyone. This is the right approach. It's fair that the ambition of so many nations, African nations, is to become protagonists in the green transition, in the context of energy security. As we are aware of all this, the Italian system has been operating everywhere to develop renewable energies to ensure technological advancement and progress in the development of smart networks. For example, Europe is going to be one of the first import markets of green hydrogen. We were talking about it some days ago with the president of Mauritania. We have the possibility of producing it in the Mediterranean and exchange it by using competitive prices. Energy is a national good, but at the same time is an inclusive asset. It's a common good, and it's an issue where cooperation becomes for the good and for the growth of all the nations partaking in it. The European Union has to create partnerships based on investment on a technological chain. There is a big open issue regarding the supply chain, and that we have addressed many times. Europe is no longer controlling almost anything. We realized it when facing the shocks of this year. We can realize it if we look at the energy prices, if we look at the pandemic as well. But then Europe managed to extend the supply chains and became impossible, and it couldn't control anything. But now we have to regain control over our destiny by working on supply chaining, on the friendshoring, which means the relations with friend nations, and nearshoring as well, which is supply chain connected to neighbors. This is a challenge which, as far as we are concerned, is about the Mediterranean area. Europe is called upon to be a two-way partnership, willing to encourage the production of a decarbonized energy, the green transition in the Mediterranean region. We need to prove that European energy exchanges is now focused on the Mediterranean area, and Italy is willing to play its part in this strategy. Obviously, European funding are crucial. Digital transition and its effects in terms of innovation represent another catalyst for the modernization of the entire region. And this means we need to promote its integration, sustainable growth. And this is the tool. Digitization as well can allow companies on both sides to increase their competitiveness, integrate the value chains. The creation of a cyberspace remains one of the greatest opportunities for companies and international systems, in line with the priorities defined by the European Union in terms of digital transition. Italy, with its strategy, promotes the spread of digitization in different intervention sectors. I can think about the socio-economic development, the institutional governance, healthcare system, education, sustainable tourism, the valorization of the cultural heritage in such a complex area and subjected to continuous challenges and continuous changes. We know that women and young people can play a crucial role in building more resilient communities and more united communities. This means we have to allow them to make the most of their ambitions, making them protagonists of their futures in their respective societies by ensuring their rights and by fighting against any type of violence and discrimination. So we can pretend to overlook what is going on to those people protesting in Iran, diminishing the right of girls and women to access education and work. And I can think about Afghanistan. It means that we are placing a mortgage on the future of those countries. No future can be granted without granting equal opportunities and equal dignity between people. In the Eastern Mediterranean area, where 40% of population is younger than 25, the youth unemployment is among the highest in the world. And this has been true for 2 decades, regardless of the high level of education of young people in the Euro-Mediterranean area. If we think about women, no development is possible if they are denied to become the protagonists of their societies. This means that we need to create job places in the promotion of a local environment which promotes youth and female entrepreneurship, as well as the participation of public life. Among the fundamental freedoms that Italy strongly supports, we also find the freedom of religion and the freedom of belief, a fundamental human right, which too often is still neglected and denied or not properly ensured. Italy works side by side, religion minority, victim of attacks, violences, and discrimination everywhere in the world, and strongly supports the efforts of our partners in the extended Mediterranean area to make sure these communities are protected, and to make sure that the religious belief is also protected. Let me conclude my speech by noting that many of the European policies risk being incomplete if they are not framed in a Euro-Mediterranean scenario. President Mattarella defined the Mediterranean area a basin of elaboration of philosophy and scientific breakthroughs with unprecedented contribution between different minds which have created conflicts and unions. It's a sentence that I found to be very interesting. Building a common agenda with common goals for people who have different identities. We need to restart by placing people with their educational needs at the center of our attention. I would like to thank you all once again for sharing your ideas and bringing proposals used to enrich this debate in these 3 days. The food for thoughts emerged, as reminded by Minister Tajani, will be the source of inspiration for the activity of our government to steer the collaboration and actions between Italy and partners in the Mediterranean area towards a common approach and path which can ensure stability, security, development for current and future generations. Thank you again, And I'll see you at the 9th edition of Med Dialogues. Thank you again.
Please remain seated while the president leaves the room. Thank you.
Recording stopped.